Dear colleagues, dear students, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very glad to open the second day conference moderating this section. First of all, I would like to give my warmest welcome to the outstanding speakers that are sitting at this table, and of course also to the speaker that is connected online. Thank you very much for being here today, despite in some case the travel to reach Macerata has been quite tough. This conference section is focused on the relationship between environmental sustainability and economic development. And in this regard, I would like to give my 2 cents, just introducing the topic very, very briefly. There is no doubt that the Commission Communication Europe 2020 has marked the beginning of a new season in the way of understanding sustainability, of course, also environmental sustainability. As well as in the years that follow, and especially as a result of the pandemic, the awareness of the strict link between environment and economic development has emerged more and more clearly. Yesterday, we talked about synergy, we talked about an holistic approach. Nevertheless, some difficulties still remain in concretely combining opposing interests and stances. Thus, the title of this panel, that is Environmental Sustainability and Economic Development, Open Issues. So it will be especially on the open issues that today's speakers will devote their presentations. Therefore, I do not want to take any more time away from our presenters, and I will go now straight to introduce them, remembering they have 20 minutes for each presentation. So, our first presenter is Professor Paola Chirulli. Professor Chirulli is full professor of administrative law at the Faculty of Economics of La Sapienza University in Rome, where she holds courses of competition law and administrative law. Professor Chirulli's presentation is titled Economic Development and Green Transition, Renewable Energy. So, Paola, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I wish to warmly thank Professor Bertolescelli for kindly inviting me. And it's really a pleasure and an honor to be here today. And of course, Chiara Feliziani, whom I know since, I don't know, 20 years maybe or so. So thank you very much. I'll go straight into my presentation. Well, of course, the synergies between economic activities and the achievement of social and environmental goals has long been a feature of our economies, at least in the last decade. To name but few, we can mention corporate social responsibility, circular economy, the reduction of emissions, the promotion of green procurement, the duty to do not significant harm to the environment, sustainability agreements as possible exception to the application of competition law enforcement, and more recently, sustainability as an objective for financial activities and monetary policy. Yet, the recent acceleration of the green transition towards decarbonization and renewables, prompted by important developments of EU policy following the pandemic, the energy crisis, and the tragic events of the Ukrainian war, represents a unique chance to channel economic initiatives and entrepreneurial efforts into the pursuit of sustainability. Well, the promotion of renewable energy is among the objectives of EU energy policy. Article 194 of the Treaty on the Functioning of the European Union states, among other objectives, that Union policy on energy shall aim, in a spirit of solidarity, which is important, to promote energy efficiency and the development of new and renewable forms of energy. So in 2015, a strategy was launched setting the goal of an energy union as a sustainable, low carbon and climate friendly economy, with the aim of becoming the #1 in renewables. So the need to increase decarbonization has more recently been highlighted by the European Commission through the 2019 communication on the European Green Deal, as part of a much broader design, though, aimed at achieving climate neutrality through the promotion of, among other things, circular economy, sustainable mobility, the protection of biodiversity, and more generally, integration of sustainability into all EU and related member states' policies. The Green Deal was followed in 2021, alongside the Next Generation EU Recovery Project, by a more comprehensive program of proposals, known as Fit for 55, aimed at achieving the 55% reduction in emissions compared to 1990 values, as set in the so-called European Climate Act. So the emergency prompted an acceleration of the realization of the energy union through the approval in spring 2022 of the Repower EU package, which consists of, first, a more general document and a subsequent more detailed plan of the Commission. The achievement of these objectives relies on the principle of solidarity and see the individual member states called upon to implement a series of acts that not only have programmatic value, but also impose precise duties on them. So the strategy culminated in a regulation that requires member states to amend their resilience plans to include Repower EU objectives. Among the objectives of Repower EU plan is the development of drastic measures to curb energy consumption, but there is, above all, an acceleration of the transition to clean energy through a faster and more widespread possible replacement of fossil fuels by renewable energies. So the transition to an increasing share of renewable energy thus becomes a key part of the implementation of renewables in power generation industry. So in this more specific area, a considerable amount of documents have been produced in just a few months, which have closed in on renewable energy as a priority of the Union. Among renewable energy sources, the plan does not make a choice of priorities, but points out that solar photovoltaics is the most rapidly deployed technology and refers to the annexes on solar strategies, introducing the European Solar Roof Initiative. But there is also a strong promotion of offshore wind energy, which had been already foreseen in a strategy of 2020 on offshore wind, harnessing offshore wind. Which is already widespread in Europe, but unfortunately not so in Italy, despite the number of projects being evaluated at the moment, for which the committee believes that public acceptance should be higher. So an important space is then proposed to be given for both renewable hydrogen and biomethane, also through the creation of dedicated infrastructure. So the acceleration of green transition will be a huge opportunity for the industry. On the one hand, it will favor private economic initiative, and at the same time, and on the other hand, it will not succeed without it. So an upgrade of the regulatory context is the first necessary step. That's why the document that accompanies the Repower EU plan identifies simplification and acceleration of authorizations procedures as an essential precondition for the realization of renewable energy projects. But even before that, an indispensable action is to identify as quickly as possible, but also in a clear and defined manner, the so-called go-to areas or suitable areas, excluding those of particular environmental value. And here the opposing interests come to fore. That's why the Commission recommendation on speeding up permit granting procedures for renewable energy projects prompts the member states to ensure that the planning, construction, and operation of plants for the production of energy from renewable sources qualify for the most favorable procedure available in their planning and permits granting procedures, and are presumed as being in the overriding public interest and in the interest of public safety. So all this implies a new balancing criterion between the interest in the construction of plants and conservation objectives. These principles have been incorporated into recent national legislation on permitting, but have also been applied by our Constitutional Court in a recent judgment of February 2023. So the latest EU regulations not only contain prescriptions on the duration and content of proceedings, but also dictate prescriptions on the actual decision-making procedures, affecting the weighing of interests up to the point of establishing new hierarchies in the order of their evaluation. And that's a very important point. On 22 December 2022, the regulation establishing the framework for accelerating the deployment of the renewable energies was approved just 4 years after its entry into force. And an amendment to the directive on the promotion of renewable energy, the so-called RED2, is in the process of being approved. So the most obvious fact is that the margins that the member states have now regarding the balancing of interests are increasingly narrow. So there's the sort of green light on the realization of renewable projects. So the provisions contained in the new regulations on renewable energies not only impose a so-called horizontal simplification of procedures prescribing a cap, let's say in the time frame for authorizations, but this time go as far as imposing vertical simplification, clearly giving production interests over priority over protection interests. So the European legislator enters, let's say, the heart of the administrative decision-making process, changing the hierarchy of the interests, also very sensitive interests like the environment, sustainability, but you know, it also gives way to a new form of so-called intra-environmental antagonism. And the principle of overriding public interest is very important because it overturns a similar principle that had been provided for in the water directive, which stated that only for an overriding public interest, the realization of certain plans could take precedence over the protection of the waters. Now the principle has been overturned. So what we have is basically a rebuttable presumption of the overriding public interest of realization of renewable energy projects. So this is, I think, is a very important point. Of course, this is an emergency regulation supposed to be somewhat transitory, but the principle of overriding public interest will soon be included in the reform of the RED2 directive, which will raise the target of renewable energy up to 42.5%. It has recently been stated this. So the need for prior land and sea planning is emphasized so that authorization procedures are more streamlined and predictable. So, as is well known, the regulation was initially, this will imply also, in the new Repower EU plan that has been recently reformulated and approved, this was also change the relationship with the so-called do no significant harm principle, which at first was initially limited in its scope to investments and thus mainly to financial activities. But then it was turned into a more general, though even too generic principle, very difficult to grasp. But basically, the Recovery and Resilience Facility now was changed by selectively amending the regulation and provided that there might be exceptions to the application of the do no significant harm principle. So this will mean that for safety reasons linked to the protection of the energy interests, it will be possible to derogate from the principle. So this emergency-driven regulatory shift will certainly favor investments in renewables and may boost employment and innovation. But the implementation of such policies and legislative provisions in Italy is a real challenge for a number of reasons. And so here, the open issues we'll talk about. Well, first, the impact of the different plans on environment, including biodiversity and landscape, is not the same. Solar and wind onshore projects are relatively easier from the point of view of authorization process, and also for investments, maybe. The implementation of the new directive and the application of the new renewable regulation, which will be in force soon, provide for more simplifications in permit granting. And so this should eliminate bottlenecks, but their impact on the landscape may be very significant, as well as on biodiversity. So planning will be fundamental. EU documents on renewables stress that administrative procedures are not only those related to permitting, but first and foremost, allocation of spaces. So the previous identification of the so-called go-to areas should be a prerequisite. This is especially true for offshore wind farms, which need huge investments and often meet here in Italy a strong opposition, not only by communities, but by the same local authorities. So whereas Europe is a leader in offshore wind energy, Italy is still struggling to build the first plant. Blue economy, in particular sustainable blue economy, plays an important role in achieving the objectives of the EU Green Deal. The EU offshore renewable energy strategy aims for a very ambitious target of the production of offshore wind. And the development of those projects is a great potential for sustainably generating economic growth, jobs, enhance the security of energy supply, and boost competitiveness. Will we be able to implement such an ambitious program? Our maritime spatial plans that are now mandatory, also for Italy, they have recently been approved, allow for extremely little room for renewable energy production through offshore wind farms or other marine renewable energy sources. Sometimes they simply say, well, yes, it would be interesting to develop tidal and wave new renewable energy, but we should need national guidelines and so on. So like a future that is, in the next decades, whereas now that we should act. So this is already an open issue, since in the EU strategy to harness the potential of offshore renewable energy, marine spatial planning is an essential tool to anticipate change, prevent and mitigate conflicts between policy priorities, and creating synergies between economic sectors. And also, and most importantly, signal to business and investors the government's intention with regard to the future developments of renewable offshore sector. So the mobilization of private sector investment will be key, along with the support from EU funds. The Commission in 2020 highlighted the need to have a pipeline of mature projects in close cooperation with companies ready to invest. How far are we from this objective? So private and public investments also, I'm thinking of private-public partnerships in new technologies are essential, as well as cross-border cooperation for offshore projects. So above all, public acceptance and consent will play a vital role. I have to remind that there is still litigation on each and every project that is being assessed or has been even authorized. So the solidarity obligations that the Union places on us with regard to achieving the decarbonization targets require a quick and consistent response. Our legislature has in a way gone ahead with the provisions most recently contained in Decree Law number 13/2023, again insisting and stressing on, let's say, horizontal simplification of procedures, basically time frame and cutting the need for environmental checks and evaluations and so on. But changing the law is the easiest thing to do, perhaps. Very, very good at doing this in Italy. But the thing is that we should really allow all the renewable projects to flourish, and that's another story. And we should also rely on the feasibility of offshore wind plants, remembering that, for example, the impact of those plants on the environment and especially landscape that is so important in Italy may be less than solar project, for example. So offshore activities should be really promoted and realized, hopefully. So if we don't take the chance, we may well place solar photovoltaic panels on every single roof and promote agrivoltaics with a greater impact on our environment, again, an open issue. But we will miss an important opportunity not only to meet the targets that the EU is imposing, but also to enhance sustainability and to significantly boost our economic and technological growth. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Professor Chirulli. I've taken a lot of notes. At the end, we will have space for the debate. I go straight to our next presenter. The next speaker is Dr. Daniele Calisti, who is head of unit at the DG competition of the European Commission. Dr. Calisti's presentation is titled Sustainability as a Driver for Industrial Transformations, the Challenges for the Antitrust. So thank you for being here, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chiara. Thank you, Professor Bartolocelli, for inviting me, and thanks to the staff of the University of Macerata for organizing this momentous event, because it comes at a very crucial moment, and particularly a crucial moment on the reflection on the role that antitrust policy and the different antitrust instruments have to play in the context of our industrial transformation and the sustainability challenge that is a current reflection for a number of the EU policies. I'm saying that this is momentous because it happens against the background of a number of reforms that are being introduced that are touching upon not only state aid, but also the antitrust rules themselves, with the consultation that has been closed recently on new guidelines that should see the light of day later this year. But before I move on to the specifics of this debate and what we can expect going forward, I would like to first summarize the problem and anticipate a bit the conclusions that I will hold at the end of this brief presentation, clarifying that these conclusions are personal and do not reflect the view necessarily reflect the view of the institution I represent. Hopefully so. The strategy that Paola just reminded us of that was set out with some important policy initiatives such as the Europe 2020 strategy, the European Green Deal, and the Climate Pact have unleashed a big debate in the antitrust community. It has been a bit of an intersectional debate because it came at a point where, particularly on the other side of the Atlantic in the US, there was a broader debate taking place about what is the ultimate goal of antitrust. Have we taken too narrow a view in recent years, in recent decades, about what we should achieve with the enforcement of antitrust rules? And how should we change this to acknowledge that there are societal goals, public policy goals that we need to pursue through public policy, including through antitrust rules? And this debate was happening at the moment where there was what I could call a call for arms for every EU policy to basically contribute to the achievement of the ambitious objectives that Europe was setting for itself with the European Green Deal, in its different version, with ever more ambitious objectives that then have fed through also some different policies, such as the EU Net Zero Industry Transformation Strategy, and in concrete policy initiatives, like the most popular of which recently in public debate is the transition to the electric vehicles by 2035. This begs the question, and that is the essential problem, can there be things that are good for consumers, but that are not good for the environment or for the planet, as it happens? Is antitrust policy well suited to take into account of what may not be good for the planet and the environment when it is good for consumers? And is there a dichotomy between these objectives? So is there a focus of antitrust policy which is consumer welfare, so lower prices, better choice, quality and innovation, as opposed to the fact that this competition may come at societal costs which are against other public policy objectives that we're pursuing through regulation and other policies? This dichotomy is one that exists both as a matter of law, so is the consumer welfare the ultimate standards that competition authorities should be pursuing, or also as a matter of enforcement. So what is the role of regulators, of the Commission of National Competition Authorities, in a situation where, instead of placing before them a clearly set define of public policy objectives relating to consumer welfare, for which we have tools that have been tested, means tested as well over the years, we put in front of them two different public policy? Is the scope of the discretionality in achieving the ultimate enforcement goal too broad? Does it become political? Is that something that regulators, such as antitrust regulators, should deal with? This is the type 1 error, I would call. Then there is the type 2 error, which is the weaponization of antitrust that the critics have raised, which is essentially antitrust, what once Vice President Vestager said, antitrust is a very powerful hammer, but not every problem is a nail. Should this happen, this transformation of the antitrust enforcement to achieve these goals, does that bring us into a world where antitrust is overreaching and is, as I mentioned before, basically not achieving its ultimate objective, which is quite clearly defined? My conclusion at the end of this brief talk would be that this is a false dichotomy, that the way of thinking about the problems that are ahead of us is one that has traditionally been a problem for antitrust, and it's the problem of market failures, and it's the problem of negative externalities, which we have tools within the current antitrust framework to deal with, even if we have to fine-tune it to give more predictability to economic operators, and that's what we're trying to do. And we shouldn't forget that the basic workings of the antitrust rules is molded on actual market interactions, where consumer preferences are evolving, where industry is evolving and is being transformed. And antitrust rules have a role to play to ensure that this transformation that is necessary comes at no increased cost for consumer and with the necessary steer for innovation to play its role. And last not least, I would argue that, and particularly in the framework of merger control, which is the one that looks into the future, that there's some positive news in the sense that this transformation is already happening in the market. So the traditional application of antitrust rules to the changing market dynamics that have been prompted to a large extent by regulation is already helping achieve these broader objectives. Where do we start? I think the focus of my presentation is not specifically state aid, but I still wanted to mention a couple of developments that we have had as a matter of stated policy, and I would be very brief because they help us understand a basic dynamic about the interaction and interplay between antitrust rules and competition rules more broadly and these new policy objectives that we set for ourselves. State aid is essentially potentially, when we apply the prism of sustainability to state aid, this is the easiest, because state aid is by definition one where the task of the rules of competition laid down in the treaty is to essentially regulate the ways in which states can finance certain public policies that they want to achieve, and public objectives that they want to achieve, which means that, in a sense, this balancing act between different public objectives is in a sense, intrinsic to the functioning of the state aid rules. The states want to pursue objectives which are recognized, the protection of the environment, the energy transition, and now in the most recent version of the guidelines, the climate action of member states is one legitimate objective to pursue. So the role of state aid is to foster this while making sure that this does not come at the cost of undue distortions to the internal market. So conceptually, it is easier to understand. As a matter of practice, there have been two major initiatives that the Commission has undertaken in this field. The first was the adoption of the new guidelines. The infamous acronym CEEAG, difficult to pronounce. So the new state aid guidelines on climate, energy, and the environment, which have, in a sense, acknowledged that the objectives that we are trying to pursue are broader than the ones that we were covering with the previous EEAG guidelines, because it has included new fields of action with a focus on the climate, on environmental protection and energy, which has, for instance, the transition to a circular economy, the clean mobility initiatives, buildings efficiency and the reduction of emissions through actions also through building efficiencies. The criteria for assessing state action in this respect are always based on positive and negative tests. The positive ones are, as we can expect, the benefits to society as a whole and the fact that they pursue the objective of the EU climate policy. And the negative one, that they have to be necessary, appropriate, transparent, proportionate, and face a gap in investment that is identified in the market. So this concept of market failure is apparent also in the application of state aid rules. There is one aspect that I would like to underscore here, that this for maybe not for the first time, but not for the first time with this magnitude, the idea of the identification of market failure has come with a particular time element attached to it. What do I mean? Not necessarily the market was not going in this direction to try to foster a sustainable solution, but at the moment in time where we are running out of time, the time element is becoming essential in the sense that we have set for ourselves objectives, and each of the actions that also Paola mentioned before has come with a time objective, with an end game in sight. And what we could see when these initiatives were launched is that most of the innovations that will empower this transition has not yet been invented. So in that stage where we are setting for ourselves objectives and we're mobilizing also public resources to achieve that, we have to be cognizant that the identification of these funding gaps to de-risk these investments for private investors as well is also due to this time element. The fact that it's not necessarily that there will not be private investment there, but that they will not be timely or of such magnitude to reap results within the timeline that we are imposing for ourselves. This is an important one. In the same vein, and one thing I should mention is that earlier this month, I mean 2 weeks ago, that's why it's also momentous in the field of state aid, the Commission has announced the political agreement on the new general block exemption regulation that will now be adopted, that will also translate this new approach into hard rules under the general block exemption regulation that should be published soon. The second tool that I would like to briefly mention has been the revival of IPCEIs, another acronym, Important Projects of Common European Interest, which are the response of the EU to make sure that also the aspect of the internal market, which is about integration in the internal market and avoiding fragmentation, is not unduly restricted by these initiatives that member states can take unilaterally. And the Important Projects of Common European Interest have been the tool by which the European Commission has responded to make sure that this investment is challenged throughout different member states, benefiting also SMEs, and in a way that is open to positive societal and economic spillover effects on other industrial sectors. In the interest of time, I will not go too much in detail on this, but we can come back to this if necessary. So the framework is clear when it comes to state aid. What about the antitrust rules themselves? I think that the big debate has been on, how do we apply these rules, as I mentioned before, in a framework where these have a set of objectives. how do we apply our analysis of efficiencies in particular? How do we justify that there are agreements that may be anti-competitive but may be beneficial for other societal goals? The first thing that I wanted to mention here is that what I will also come back to when I discuss the novelties for merger enforcement is that the market is already changing. Why? Because of regulation. Regulation has been the primary tool of intervention to foster the transition and as a response to climate change. And whenever there is regulation, there is already an erosion of the field where it is necessary for companies to take matters in their own hands and try to address these negative externalities that come from potential negative effects on the environment or that negatively affect the transition to a sustainable industry. In this respect, it is clear, and it has always been clear, that when there is action that already fosters this change, particularly the criterion of necessity of any anti-competitive conduct on the part of companies or conduct that could fall within the scope of antitrust rules cannot be justified. So regulation already plays an important role. So whenever there has been important regulation, including on the ETS trading schemes, on new standards from the industry that we set as a matter of law, then that removes the need for cooperation. But what happens in this space where companies can still cooperate to erode to achieve positive goals? I think in this respect, one important thing to remember is that was a big public consultation by the Commission and a call for contributions in 2020, because the Commission was looking for ideas. And in 2021, there was a conference where a lot of companies came forward and said that the main element of uncertainty in this transition and in the application of antitrust rules was given by the lack of a clear framework of rules. Essentially, all the conduct that came is that, there was a first mover disadvantage that they were fearing, in the sense that, you have certain industry that have certain problems, tangible, concrete problems, that have tried to consider certain actions to address those problems and come back with a sustainable solution on the market, that were afraid of doing so because cooperating with other companies, which may be required to achieve this goal, may be falling within the remit of antitrust rules. So that is why when the Commission set out to review its horizontal block exemption regulation and the guidelines on the assessment of horizontal agreement, the Commission decided, and this was a first, to have a specific section that is dedicated to sustainability agreement. Because the Commission felt that there is a need to give a specific framework where we can demonstrate how the existing legal setup about why, when something falls within the prohibition of anti-competitive agreement, or when it can be objectively justified to achieve other societal goals, can also fit the framework of sustainability. And there are a few important elements that I would like to underscore about these draft guidelines, which are still in the draft form but will likely be adopted later this year with some modifications, but without affecting the ultimate overall architecture of the initiative. The first important thing is that in the guidelines, the Commission expressly quotes not only the EU objective, but the United Nations Sustainable Development Agenda. So let's say that we are anchoring this to something that is a global imperative. The second is that it is expressly based, it is not something new that fundamentally reforms the focus of antitrust, but it is based on concepts that we have applied to a number of other objectives in the past, and it's based on the concept of market failures. So the understanding that there are never negative externalities coming out of individual decisions that regulation should address. Also specifying what I was saying before, that this regulation has residual character, in the sense that when there is public action to address the same public objectives, this would not become necessary. I'm looking at the time. I have another 5 minutes. The interesting, the first point, sorry, this is my third point, but the first element in the analysis of whether these agreements or cooperation between companies falls within the scope of antitrust rules is the understanding of what I was saying before, that normally antitrust rules do not stand in the way of this. So we have a lot of cooperation agreements or action of undertakings that do not fall within the scope of the prohibition of Article 101, which are, for instance, internal corporate conduct, so all the initiatives by which companies decide to modify their own internal action to consume less energy, to use sustainable, to avoid single plastics at their own premises and all of that, which have already proven, particularly on the energy side, an important source of savings and positive effects to help the transition. Other examples of these are databases on sustainable value chains, so as to have ideas on the industrial side of which companies are meeting certain climate requirements and other similar measures. The fourth point that I wanted to make is that the Commission has also set out some criteria by which there are soft conditions that may help companies assess that their own agreements do not fall within the prohibition of Article 101 because there is a safe harbor, a soft safe harbor. And this is when, particularly when companies try to develop standards, so sustainability standards in the absence of regulation, they do this in a transparent manner, in a way that they're not mandatory for companies that do not participate. That they leave free companies to pursue higher standards that would ensure even better ultimate objectives from a sustainability perspective. That they do not foster the sharing of commercially sensitive information, and they have non-discriminatory access for companies that want to adhere to those standards. This can be, for instance, green labels or other industrial actions, such as there is an example in the guidelines, which is particularly important because it's one we heard specifically at this conference, which is essentially cereal boxes. They're very big because consumers, when they purchase cereal, they like to pick the big boxes. But if you notice that, I mean, the box is largely empty. So it's just a marketing strategy, which consumes a lot of resources on the packaging side. Every company has to do it because, you know, if you go with a smaller box, the consumer will have the perception that they're getting less for the same price. So this is negative and affects everybody. And this is one example of how, if there was an agreement of an industry body that said, I mean, we have to downside the packaging by this amount, it will save costs, so there will be a pass on to consumer of this benefit. It's one example of a cooperation agreement that would not be infringing the competition rules. But the most important element are the efficiencies, is the efficiencies analysis. And I will not go through all the criteria that we consider for efficiencies, but I would like to make an important point that goes back to the initial question. The types of efficiencies that the Commission would consider under the draft guidelines as positive efficiencies that can override restrictions of competition by effect that are identified are what we know already. So the individual use efficiencies. So there are efficiencies, positive effects from the conduct that benefit the consumer based on the general parameters of competition. In the example that I made before, it can be cheaper for the consumer. It can offer more quality to the consumer, more choice, etc. There are non-use efficiencies, which are essentially the efficiencies that come in the form of the fact that the consumer considers it an advantage, not because he is getting something, but because this is benefiting broader objectives. So I can be happy to purchase at a higher price sustainable clothing. I can be happier to spend more money to buy furniture that is done out of a production of sustainable wood. So these are all elements that do not benefit me in a traditional way, except if we consider it as an improvement on quality, but that benefit me still as a consumer. They benefit the same person that stands to suffer from higher prices from the conduct. But I think the most important angle is that the Commission has taken one step forward and has basically accepted that in its assessment, it can also consider collective efficiencies. Collective efficiencies are the ones that benefit a subset of consumers, not because they're consumers, but in their capacity as citizens. Essentially, if there was, and that's also an example in the guidelines, some action by companies to address the issue of pollutants in fuels, that will ultimately become more expensive at the gasoil station, at the oil station, they can still benefit people because they will breathe cleaner air, because they will have a cleaner environment, and so on. So here there is a limit though, because when we consider these more broader benefits, these broader benefits can benefit not only the consumers that are getting the gas at the station, but also other citizens that don't own a car, for instance. other types of initiative can benefit a completely different set of people. So if we have sustainable cotton initiative, for instance, we have more expensive clothing when we buy them here, but in the cotton producing countries, that's when the positive efficiencies would happen. That is something that the Commission would not consider, because this would be out of market efficiency. So there are different policy tools that should achieve these objectives. But it's acceptable when there is a substantial overlap between the set of people that stand to benefit and the people who foot the bill. So in initiatives that affect the same platform to a large extent are considered something that we will consider in the efficiencies in our assessment. I will not dwell on this more, but this is an example of how in a traditional framework of the application of antitrust rule, we can take into account of this. And this is already fostering a transformation that is helping us review the very way in which we see the markets, because as a matter of fact, especially the example of the non-use individual efficiency, so the fact that consumers are developing preferences which are different, is itself driving an industrial transformation. Some initiatives that we have taken in the past are already reaping benefits in a way that there are changes that happen on the market, and we are seeing this already today in merger policy. So why merger policy first? Because merger policy is the one that looks at the future. So we're already seeing the seeds of transformation, but there are already cases where the Commission is enforcing in a very traditional manner the antitrust rules, and in particular the merger rules, in cases where an antitrust sensitive conduct would have harmed or would have been detrimental to the achievement of sustainability objectives. And there are concrete examples, including from last year. I will conclude on an example, which is essentially in the field of aluminium. So the sensational discovery that we did when we were investigating the aluminum industry in particular is that already today, beverage cans that we use for drinking, I mean, it's not that we need to make a particular choice, but it's no longer economical to make beverage cans out of new aluminum. So starting down from mining bauxite and transforming it at high energy costs, etc., and making it into an aluminum can is no longer a viable and sustainable way of producing the companies, not because it's bad for the environment compared to recycling, but because it's uneconomical. So a transition has already happened because of regulation and because of customer choice. And what does that mean? It means that in the industry, you see a lot of action into M&A to put together activities in secondary recycling of aluminum. You see M&A to try to achieve, I wouldn't say dominance, but market power into the upstream echelons of this industry when the recycling happens, because if you control the recycling, you control the input. So while we were seeing deals before that were, verticalization deal where you want to control an input, now you want to control the output. You want to control the companies that collect and recycle, because that will be your input, and that will be an advantage over competitors that may become anti-competitive because you may increase the prices or reduce the availability of this to your competitors and drive them out of the market. And this is an example where the Commission has sought remedies or had intervened in markets, taking stock of the fact that this transformation was already happening on the market and was already affecting the parameter of competition in an environmental friendly way in this example. So the dichotomy is probably an apparent one. Antitrust rules have usually had to deal with externalities, with market failures in a way that recognizes other goals in the assessment. And the positive view looking into the future is that the transformation is already happening. So antitrust is an ally to foster sustainability objectives rather than the problem. And I will stop here.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Daniele. And now move on to Dr. Andrea Giordano. Andrea Giordano is judge of the Italian Supreme Audit Institution, and at the moment he is serving as Vice Chief Cabinet at the Italian Ministry of the Environment. Dr. Giordano is connected by Teams because of some unexpected institutional duties, and we thank you for being here in some way. And Dr. Giordano is going to talk about energy and climate emergency in the light of the next generation EU. So, Andrea, thank you very much, and the floor is yours.
Thanks a lot, Chiara, and thanks to all the other organizers of such an important session. I'm very sorry for not being in presence due to institutional commitments of the ministry I'm working at the moment for. And I will deal with energy and climate emergency mainly in the light of the Next Generation EU, and I'd say the Piano Nazionale di Ripresa e Resilienza, the Italian version of the Next Generation EU. So mainly going through the single reforms and investments that Italy is working on nowadays, together with all the other all the institutional operators that are involved in the ecologic transition process. Of course, as we all know, the Next Generation EU is a final step, but at the same time, an initial step towards energetic and climate transition. I'd say that the whole international and European framework is guided by overriding objectives, which are really common to all states and very well rooted in the international and European soul. Starting from, of course, the Rio Convention, the Kyoto Protocol, and the 2015 Paris Agreement. So starting from there, I'd say that the energy and climate transition process is being made with real strength by all nations. The first central role was played, as we know, by the Rio de Janeiro Convention that had as its goal the stabilization of greenhouse gas concentrations in the atmosphere in order to exclude any dangerous interference of human activities on the climate. But then those that were mainly political objectives became really law ones, mainly through the process that was well established and strengthened by the Kyoto Protocol of 1997 that really bounded the several states to reach certain standards of greenhouse gas emissions. And so mainly by reducing the total greenhouse gas emissions by 5.2% compared to 1990 values. So later, the Oslo Principles on Global Climate Change Obligations made a very important role. They are usually mentioned in all the climate litigation cases that are being made in different states during these years, in Holland, now in Italy as well, with the so-called Giudizio Universale case, which is under the jurisdiction of the Tribunale di Roma. And after that document, of course, the 2015 Paris Agreement made a very important change in the climate and energy process, setting the ambitious goal of keeping the global average temperature increase well below 2 centigrade degrees compared to pre-industrial levels, and also limiting that increase to 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial levels. Later, also on the international perspective, of course, the Glasgow Climate Pact of 2021 led to the climate neutrality, the net zero objective by mid-century. And now the COP27 agreement confirmed the goal of keeping global warming within 1.5 degrees of pre-industrial levels. I'd say that European objectives are totally in line with such pretty ambitious international objectives. European Union acceded to the Rio de Janeiro Convention and implemented the Kyoto Protocol since 1998. And I'd say that all the process that led to the Green Deal that was before mentioned is a process of, I'd say, a uniform attempt to reduce emissions and to promote at the same time adaptation policies. So, of course, the 2019 EU communication, the Green Deal, moved towards zero net greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. And then the EU regulation 1119 of 2021 also made an important role in this attempt. Well, so the Next Generation EU is, we could say, a final step, but at the same time, a new initial step to promote both energy and climate objectives. Of course, more than a recovery plan, as EU taught us, transforming economies and societies and investing 806.9 billion euros in order to reach both climate and environmental goals at the same time. And in the Next Generation EU, the objective to make Europe greener is, I'd say, one of the first objectives. So the idea to make Europe become the first climate neutral continent by 2050 is totally at the center of the Next Generation EU. But at the same time, improving water quality, creating green spaces in cities, and making environmental friendly investments. Such goals were regarded in special consideration by Italy at the time of the Piano Nazionale di Ripresa and Resilienza, the Italian Next Generation EU. Italy, starting from two important law decrees, 76 of 2020 and 77 of 2021, and through the very important reform of the Italian Constitution that a few colleagues talked about yesterday, as I read in the program. Well, that reform is sort of an holistic reform that represents a general framework in which Italian regulation is moving nowadays. So reforming Articles 9 and 41 of the Italian Constitution means trying to make environmental goals and economy goals match, finding a uniform point of convergence. The first time, Article 9 promotes environment, protecting environment, biodiversity, and ecosystems, also in the interest of future generations. So the Prism of Sustainability we talked about these days. And at the same time, Article 41 represents we could say, the second side of the matter, promoting private economic initiative, but at the same time, not encroaching upon environmental objectives. Environmental objectives become economical objectives at the same time. So private economic initiative must be carried out in accordance with environmental goals. So both public and private economic activity, as Article 41 says, may be directed and coordinated for both social and environmental purposes. So the environment becomes a primary interest in the scale of values of the overall regulations, and such interest is not out of the economic activity, but it really gets into it. That is the process of the so-called blue economy, meaning not only trying to reduce emissions, but really trying to nullify such emissions in the light of the zero goal that both international regulation and EU regulation teach us. And at the same time, getting into the economic activities themselves. So reforming the very way of consuming and producing. So not only modifying single aspects of economic activities, but really shaping economic activities in a different way, promoting virtuous ways of consuming and producing. So the line traced by the new Articles 9 and 41 of the Italian Constitution were, I would say, implemented in 2021 and 2022, and now 2023 specific regulation. So moving to the single areas in which Italian regulation is working now, of course, a central role is played by the single investments traced by the Piano Nazionale di Ripresa and Resilienza. The first important area in which Italian regulation is moving is the area of the so-called energy communities, the comunità energetiche, investment 1.2 of the Italian Piano Nazionale di Ripresa e Resilienza. On energy communities, we worked both at the time of Legislative Decree 199 of 2021, and now in a very recent decree that was sent a couple of weeks ago to the EU for the check of compatibility in terms of state aids. Energy communities that really represent an important paradigm of blue economy. So trying to promoting communities of final consumers that work on self-consumption and self-production, not in the light of financial purposes, but in the light of social purposes. I think that energy communities might be a very important stage and area through which Articles 9 and 41 of the Italian constitutions, and of course the overriding international and European objectives, might play an important field. Of course, energy communities are legal entities, as Legislative Decree 199 of 2021 says, and the recent PNRR Italian decree says, an autonomous legal entity that is based on voluntary and open participation and is controlled by members or shareholders that may be either natural persons or authorities or small enterprises as well. And the purpose of energy communities is to provide environmental or social community benefits, while of course the participation to energy communities cannot represent the main economical or industrial purpose of the single participant. And through the recent decree that we made as Italian government, we both granted an important incentive to energy communities and another contributo in conto capitale, up to 40% of financing admissible expenses made in order to grant energy communities. I think that another important article that we wrote in the decree is the article that lets citizens present a preliminary purpose of energy community to the GSE, that is the public body which is in charge of incentives on energy sources. So the single community might present the purpose of energy community in order to have a preliminary check on the admissibility of the community itself. I think that in such a way, institutions and citizens really cooperate in the same direction, in the same target of a real and deep sustainability in the system. Then, of course, another investment in which we worked is the agrivoltaic sector, which is investment 1.1 of the Piano Nazionale di Ripresa e Resilienza, the Italian Next Generation EU, promoting hybrid systems of agricultural production of energy that try not to have a too strong impact on land, at the same time contributing to both the environmental and economic sustainability of the enterprises that are involved. So the objective of the decree of the agrivoltaic decree is to make agricultural sector more competitive, reducing the energy costs, and at the same time improving the climate and environmental activities. Then a third investment that was mentioned before is the investment on offshore plants. This is also a very important field on which we must work as Italian government, because offshore plants usually have a less impact on the environment. So that must be a very important sector on which we should work on. The fourth investment we are working on is the biomethane development one. So that is, of course, in the light of the decarbonization objectives that both the international community and the EU community teach. And together with the investments, it's important to work on the reforms of the system. So the matter of granting authorizing procedures which do not encroach upon the legitimate expectations of investors and grant the purpose of the procedure in due time. I'd say that the principle that was recently included in the public procurement scheme, because now approved a couple of days ago, the principle of the result is a principle that should be applied also in procedures which are different from the public procurement procedure. So also in plant authorizations. So granting the result, granting good investments that at the same time help the country reach the international and EU objective and do not have a too strong impact on landscape, and at the same time promote the economic system as a whole. I'd add just a couple of additional minutes that all the checks system must be a system in line with the general sustainability goals. People in charge of auditing at the time of the next generation EU must exercise their public functions in a good manner so that the EU funds are not used in an undue way. I'm both referring to the GSE, that is in charge of the incentive policies. This is why we are working on the so-called controlli decree, which is a specific decree in charge with the controls made by the GSE on the proper use of public incentives. It's very important that controls are due controls, but that at the same time do not encroach upon legitimate expectations of the investors. We all know the important litigation that took place both at a national level and at an international arbitration level at the same time. So we are trying to graduate the sanctions mainly using the principle of proportionality. So trying only to reduce the amount of the incentive if, of course, the undue behavior lets us only reduce the incentive and not radically nullify the incentive itself. And finally, the role of the Court of Auditors. It's a very important role nowadays, both in terms of administrative liability and in terms of due controls. I personally think that we should do more in the line of administrative liability. You might all know about the recent reform that modified the administrative liability regime for public servants. only considering conducts that are made with fraud. So abolishing the only negligence conducts from the scope of the liability regime. I personally don't think that such a reform is in line with the energy and climate ambitious objectives that are overriding in such a moment. So only a very serious liability regime might help us in reaching such goals, preserving the EU funds. And at the same time, a good set of Court of Auditors controls. Italy made important steps in these paths, both through Law Decree 76 of 2020 and through Law Decree 77 of 2021. Through Decree 76 of 2020, promoting the so-called real-time performance audit. Well, this is a very important check scheme in the light of the energy and climate objectives, trying to guide public bodies and at the same time, when it is possible, private bodies as well, in the light of the overriding objectives that are taught by EU and international law. INTOSAI principles really lead us in the path of sustainability and in the path of due controls, due real-time controls. So to prevent mistakes rather than correcting them at times in which correcting them might be too hard or even not possible anymore. And also Article 7 of the Law Decree 77 of 2021 tried to shape the general Italian control system in such a way. So I really think that promoting energy and climate goals without a good set of investments, of reforms, and of liability and audit measures is not possible. And of course, steps might be and must be carried out by each of us. So sustainability means shaping economic activities. And so means, for example, in corporate governance, adopting adequate assets. And so corporate governance assets that are compatible with the sustainability goals. I think that also in such a direction, the recent reform, is an insolvency reform that Italy made, might be a good step towards energy and climate objectives in a private way of understanding them. I'm referring mainly to Article 2086 of the Italian Civil Code that now imposes adequate assets in corporate governance, making it a precise duty of people carrying an economic activity. And also the due diligence regulation that was recently made by Europe and must be well adopted by the single nations and by Italy at first, leads also the private sector in the line of energy and climate objectives. Then, of course, taxation counts. And so trying to shape the taxation system in order to reach the climate goals. So referring to carbon taxes mainly and climate taxation. So different steps and different tools of a building that must be at the same time public and private, where both public and private effort is really needed nowadays. So thanks a lot, and I'm free to answer, of course, to any questions, mainly on the regulation we are working nowadays. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Dr. Giordano, for your presentation. And let's move on our fourth presenter, that is Professor Elettra Agliardi, who is full professor of economics at the Department of Economics of the University of Bologna. Professor Agliardi's presentation is titled Financing the Green Transition, Green and Sustainable Bonds. Professor Agliardi, thank you very much for being here, and the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much, Chiara. And of course, it's my privilege to be here today. And let me thank, of course, warmly, in particular, Alessio and his amazing team and scientific committee, because they organized in a perfect way a very beautiful conference. It's an amazing conference, very rich in contributions, and of course, with many inspiring and fascinating contributions. And also thanks to the audience, because after a full day yesterday, it is still here so numerous. So thanks a lot to everybody. Okay, today we have been talking a lot about the urgency of a net zero transition. I'm just focusing on financing the net zero transition, in particular because, as we know, one of the challenges of achieving net zero transition is the ability to finance it. And in particular, I'm going to focus on some financial tools which are available these days for that. In particular, here you have some estimates from OECD, but also others. They talk about 6.9 trillion per year on average required until 2030, or even higher, 9.2 trillion of average annual capital spending between 2021 and 2050. In any case, we're talking about a huge amount of money, and this magnitude, of course, is a tall number for countries to secure too. The fixed income market presents a path forward in the form of thematic bonds, or if you prefer, GSS plus bonds, which basically means green bonds, sustainable bonds, social bonds, and plus for others. We're going to talk about them in a few minutes. And apparently global fixed income market are the largest among liquid asset classes, and bond markets have some advantages which are here briefly mentioned, in particular in contrast to bank lending, because bank lending typically is more expensive, illiquid, and in particular of shorter maturity. So these kind of instruments are, of course, more appropriate for long-term finance, in particular because we need also investments to be front-loaded. Here you have a picture of the growth of thematic bonds. And in particular, in 2021, $1.2 trillion of thematic bonds were issued, and about 80% of them are meant for low carbon projects. As you can see, the blue histograms are the largest. They are for green bonds. And then we have social bonds, the orange, that, as you can see, roughly, in particular, appeared around the pandemic. So 2020, 2021, and they increased the number. And as far as sustainability or sustainably linked bonds and transition bonds, they are much smaller in terms of cumulative issuance. We're going to talk about them in a few seconds. So what are these basically, these types of thematic bonds? So here I have this picture where I have, as you can see, to your left, green bonds, social bonds, sustainability bonds, and basically sustainability bonds are bonds which have the characteristics, if you want, of green and social bonds, and they are inspired to ESG principles. And to your right, you have transition bonds and sustainability linked bonds. And in terms of social bonds, you may have EYE, which stands for education, youth and employment bonds or gender bonds, and green bonds, which could also be blue bonds, resilience bonds, and other categories. And the main difference, if you wanted to use this scheme, is in terms of the basic criteria. As you can see, I wrote user proceeds to the left, key performance indicators to the right, because these are the important criteria that have been used. User proceeds basically means that the issuer needs to specify how the capital being raised will be spent. Typically, green bonds are according to the user proceeds criteria in a way that I'm going to make more precise now. So they are projects targeting, in particular, climate sustainability, and the same is true for social bonds and social issues. So they are essentially project-based, while key performance indicator criteria in this case, these bonds are not really tied to any specific projects. We say that they are entity-based because the idea is that there are no specific restrictions on the proceeds from key performance indicator bonds. They can be used as long as they meet specified goals comprising sustainability or, in general, ESG objectives. But exactly because the proceeds are not clearly specified, so they do not have the same degree of scrutiny as the user proceeds bonds. And in order to ensure investors, there are specific structures which are designed to adjust the coupon rates downwards or upwards based on whether some pre-specified objectives are met. And in a couple of minutes, we will see that this kind of bonds should in some way try to answer some concerns about greenwashing. Let's see if it is true. Okay, let's start with the case of green bonds. You know that a green bond is defined by the International Capital Market Association as any type of bond instrument where the proceeds will be exclusively applied to finance or refinance in part or in full new and existing eligible green projects. So all designated green projects should provide clear environmental benefits. And in particular, the proceeds have to be specified and used to fund the environmental and climate-friendly project. As you perfectly know, within the European Union Green Finance taxonomy, these are to enter these sectors, in particular climate change mitigation, climate change adaptation, sustainability, use and protection of water, marine resources, transition to a circular economy, pollution prevention and control, and protection and restoration of biodiversity and ecosystems. Okay, green bonds have to be aligned with the four core components of the green bond principle and the green loan principles, which are based on the use of proceeds, process for project evaluation and selection, management of proceeds, and reporting. And we will come back to that in a few seconds. These are just pictures to show some of the possible sectors. In order to have just an idea of when green bond market started, basically it was in 2007, where the green bond market kicked off with a AAA investment grade insurance from a multilateral development bank and European Investment Bank. So it started mainly from bank, let's say multilateral banks and bank of investment. And then we had the first corporate green bond in 2013, then municipal bonds again in 2013. As far as the first corporate bond issued by ERA in Italy, 2014, then we had also sovereign bonds. The first was 2016, unexpectedly for Poland, and then others. And over the years, we have plenty of sovereign issuance. As far as Italy is concerned, in 2021, it issued the 24-year green BTP. And as far as Europe is concerned, the European Union issued its first green bond maturing 2037 in 2021. And here you have this picture about the great explosion of green bonds. In particular, they reached, in terms of cumulative emission, 1 trillion in 2020. So the issuance volume reached this important threshold. Then, because of the pandemic, we had a slight decrease in issuance, in particular of other types of bonds, sustainability bonds as well, but also green bonds, and also in terms of the recent Ukraine-Russian war, we had a slight decrease again. But in any case, the majority of the largest green bonds issued were from sovereign issuers and supranational bodies recently. Here you have some pictures about the issuers. In particular, if you consider just a single country, China is the country which issued more bonds. But of course, if you consider altogether Europe, the European Union as the largest issuers, as a supranational country, if you want to call it in this way, and then Germany and also United States and the others. So here you have just the distribution of these bonds. And in terms of proceeds and issuer, the 1 trillion, if you wanted to just analyze the use of the proceeds, mostly were for energy, but also for buildings, because as we know, so the real estate and building sector is subject to great attention, and transport. And I already said that in terms of the issuers, there are both supranational issuers, development banks, but in particular, more recently, corporate bonds at the largest part, in particular, if you account both the non-financial and financials. And this is the distribution, the geographic distribution of the 1 trillion benchmark, and where you have the stars, you have the sovereign issuance, but then we still have others coming more recently. All right. However, once we wanted to deal more specifically with transition, we may think of other types of bonds, in particular sustainability-linked bonds and transition bonds. So just to devote a few minutes to describe what these bonds are and what are the main features. Sustainability-linked bonds are defined by the International Capital Market Association in this way: any type of bond instrument for which the financial and the social characteristics can vary, depending on whether the issuer achieves predefined sustainability or ESG objectives. The issuer of a sustainability-linked bond commits to meeting certain objectives, typically SDG goals, ESG objectives, and the structure of the bond actually would vary depending on whether these predefined objectives are met or not. In particular, the International Capital Market Association has proposed some sustainability-linked bond principles, in the same way we have the green bond principles, as voluntary frameworks for issuer. And the core components are the following. You have to specify the key performance indicator along with the rationale for using, typically, for example, that would be in terms of percentage of renewable energy, which is achieved, or in terms of reduction in emission according to the metrics, scope 1, scope 2, or scope 3, everything as in any case to be specified on this. And then you have the calibration of sustainability performance targets, and of course the motivation behind that. And then, as I said, the bond characteristics may vary. In particular, they include the trigger events for changes in the bond structure. As usual, we have regular reporting, preferably annual, and the usual independent verification at least once a year. As far as transition bonds are concerned, these are green bonds, which are designed to specifically finance projects that have already been deemed green. But the problem is that, in particular, while we consider the transition, there might be sectors, typically oil and gas sector, where due to lack of access to debt financing during the transition, they may become stranded assets. So in order to facilitate the transition also in these sectors, there has been the issuance of transition bonds. And the idea is in order to have an orderly transition and not a potentially disruptive transition. Okay, just 2 words about sustainability-linked bonds. You can have some details in this slide about the history of sustainability-linked bonds. The first issuance was by Enel in 2019. Europe is the leader. And it announced that they will develop a sustainability-linked label as part of the renewed sustainable finance strategy. And in particular, as I said, what is interesting is how they work. There is a system of, we say, of coupon ratchets, which means that, take the example of Enel. Enel raised 1.5 billion in total on the condition that it would have renewable energy account for 55% of its installed electricity generation capacity by 2021. In case of failure to meet this target, the ratchet mechanism activates, which means that the coupon, which is paid to bondholders, has to be increased by 25 basis points as a penalty, which means that the cost of capital increases for the issuer. And of course, bondholders would receive a higher coupon. In case of failure to increase renewables by 60% by 2022, another time coupon increase by 25 basis points. Alternatively, you may have a mechanism on the redemption price, which means that in case you do not achieve these targets, or for example, some performance indicators which have to be specified, it's the redemption price of the bond which is increased, which is basically not the face value, which remains the same, but you have to pay a higher redemption price. And this happened, for example, for this shipping company in Norway, Odfjell and others. So these penalties incentivize the lender to deliver on its word. If not, the borrower can be comforted by additional cash. So in this way, we can monitor the achievement of some targets. How much do you have? Yeah. And for example, ESG Clarity in 2023, 2 weeks ago, has this paper which says sustainability-linked bonds, the ultimate win-win in fixed income, because the idea is that we are able to achieve the objectives from the point of view of the issuer, sustainability objectives, but at the same time also from the point of view of the financial performance of the market, if you want. So it should be a sort of win-win strategy, if you want. However, the principle, the sustainability-linked bond principle, state that key performance indicators should, inverted comma, be material to the issuer's core sustainability and business strategy and address relevant environmental, social, and governance challenges to the industry sector. Issuers' targets should represent an ambitious improvement in their respective key performance indicator. However, these principles do not include a proper definition of material key performance indicator or ambitious targets. Our friend David, yes, would say ambiguity. And this is the realm of ambiguity. I agree with you completely. Nowadays, almost 82% of the total value of sustainability-linked bonds are linked to reducing GHGs. And in particular, there are recommendations for issuers wanting to attach a label in their bonds. In particular, the International Capital Market Association requires to disclose externally verified information about the climate transition strategy and governance according to science-based targets. So again, to quote our friend David, here there is a science-based target, but still, what constitutes a science-based climate target for financial institutions? That's not so clear. Okay, let's go briefly to transition bonds. In a year where GSS plus bonds smashed every conceivable record, transition bonds stood out for failing to rise. They reached a meager $4 billion out of more 1 trillion of total sustainable debt. They started in 2019, proposed by Axe investment managers to finance greener projects instead of truly green ones. As I told you, companies in transition which didn't want to have the risk of accusation of greenwashing. And the International Capital Market Association published the usual climate transition finance handbook in 2020 to provide a level of detail. But the level of details is minor. And in particular, there is a lack of uniformity in assessment. So what happened is that the agency assessed the projects under different standards. For example, in some cases they followed the green bond principles. In other cases, they followed company-specific assessment criteria. It's not specified, and therefore, again, there is lack of uniformity. But here there is a more problematic issue, I think, which explains why transition bonds did not had a lot of success. For example, a very interesting example is they have been employed in particular in China and Japan. In Japan, there is JERA, which is a merger of gas and thermal power industries that used and issued green bonds in order to facilitate the transition. However, we are talking about projects which have a life of 15, 20 years. So how long should this transition be? It's a little bit difficult to understand why we should fund something which will be a gas project, at least for the moment, or worse. In this case, they used, how do you say, ammonia, I think. Ammonia and hydrogen, and apparently this creates more nitrous oxide, so it is even more polluting, if you want, than just the simple carbon emission. But I mean, I'm not an expert on that, so there has been also a problem in terms of the kind of pollution which comes out from these projects. In any case, the issue from an economic point of view, why should I invest and in particular provide funding for a project which is a gas project and will have a life of 15, 20 years despite the urgency of climate change. So again, this remains also problematic from this point of view. More recently, we have also issued so-called climate linkers, long-dated financial instruments, bond or derivatives, which pay off indexed to climate-related variables. I don't have time to enter the details, but we have temperature index swap, index bond, temperature option, and others. And these are more relevant, in my opinion, for insurance and diversification objectives of investors rather than really regarding future climate. But I mean, we can skip that. You already know a lot about labeling and market standards, so I can definitely skip this part, but I already said that the tools available to guide market participants are the Green Bond Principle, external reviewers, and climate bond standard. I already mentioned the pillars of the Green Bond Principles, which go through these 4 important aspects, 4 components. And in terms of reviewers, practically all green bonds starting from 2017, 2018 have an external reviewer. And here you can have the list of external reviewers, Sustainalytics, Cicero Video, which is from France, and others. And the Climate Bond Initiative provides you with climate bond standards and certification schemes, if you want. And here you have some of the results more recent coming out from the Green Bond Taxonomy according to the Climate Bond Initiative. But the problem is that we have other guidelines. China has its own guideline, and then Southeast Asian nations provided their own green bond standards. Of course, Europe, as we perfectly well know, and others. And more recently, we had taxonomies all over the world. So we have the need of providing a taxonomy of the different taxonomies. So the problem is that we have too many taxonomies. More recently, this year, we had Georgia, Kazakhstan, and Rwanda. So just to tell you that the idea of providing its own taxonomy is pretty huge. Okay, skip the comparison and just 1 minute, 2 minutes, let's say, in terms of the key question. And now I'm focusing more on the economic question. The key question is, what is the rationale for issuing corporate GSS plus bonds? Because there is lack of public governance on the green and more general GSS plus bond market, as we know. So the puzzle is, why should I issue green bonds instead of conventional bonds, for example, or why should I issue other types of thematic bonds? And the other question is, do corporate thematic bonds deliver on their promise and need improvements in companies' environmental footprint, or are they merely a greenwashing tool? Because greenwashing, as we know, is a particular concern as a result of lacking public governance. And the question, which is important also from an economic point of view, and we had plenty of talks stressing this relevant aspect, that the win-win strategy would be to have both financial and environmental performance improvement. So if both financial and environmental performance improve, then going back to financing the net transition, corporate GSS plus bonds could serve as a powerful tool against climate change and other environmental challenges. So the issue here is, do companies benefit from an economic point of view and financial point of view from issuing these bonds? And of course, the theoretical puzzle has been studied in the literature, because of course, in principle, proceeds from, let's say, green bonds are committed just to green projects, so they restrict the company's investment policies. So it should be worse for the companies. They have a more limited amount of opportunities. And at the same time, to qualify as certified green bonds, as we know, third-party verification is needed, higher cost of administration costs are needed. So there is an increasing cost. On one side, you restrict companies' investment policies. On the other side, you increase costs. So why should they issue these types of bonds? For signaling, I skip this part because you understand. Ideally, for cost of capital, if it is true that there are style investors, the motivated investor, the awareness in investors that are willing to buy these type of bonds, irrespective of the financial return, and the growing popularity of impact investment, of course, a large potential investor too for diversification, perhaps. But the important thing is to understand whether the customers are willing to accept the lower yields in the greater good of fighting climate change. Because if this is a possibility, it means that the cost of capital for the companies decreases. And of course, as we already mentioned, there might be just a greenwashing. A couple of words just to the important economic aspect of whether it is convenient for issuers to issue this type of bonds. That is to say, whether there is a greenium, we call greenium because it's a green premium, which is the difference between the yield on a green bond, for example, and the yield on a conventional bond. Because if there is a green bond, as we already said, issuer benefit because the cost of capital is lower, and investor have a preference for this type of bonds and are willing to pay, that is to say, to accept a lower yield for the green level. I will skip this. I've been working with theoretical models on the greenium. I have 3 models. If you're interested, I can send it to you. They are published in any case. And I mean, it depends on various parameters. It depends on uncertainty. It depends on the way you model deep uncertainty or ambiguity. It depends basically on the costs. It depends on taxation. It depends on lots of things. And also on the correlation between, let's say, the uncertainty and the risk, which is intrinsic to the green project and the core business of the firms. The literature empirical review could be also found in one of my papers, but there is a huge literature on this, and the results are mixed. But overall, we can say, roughly speaking, that in many circumstances we observe agreement. That's not true for social sustainability and sustainability-linked bonds. There is a paper which has been provided by Columbia University for emerging markets, where you can see also from this picture that instead of a premium, there is a discount if you consider social sustainability and sustainability-linked bonds. So the problem could be studied more carefully for these bonds. It is true that we have lack of data for this type of bonds because are more recent, but this is, again, a serious and important problem if we wanted to overcome the concerns I was mentioning before. Okay, so I guess that I can just stop here with the conclusion. I have some policy conclusions and inverted comma recommendation for policymakers, but these come from the previous conversation. And in any case, they have been tackled these days, hugely. So I can stop here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot to Professor Agliardi. So now it's time for the debate. Do we have questions? Can we have a microphone?
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
Well, my question is for Dr. Giordano, and it concerns the energy communities. Apart from the essential financial initiatives and the simplification of procedures, maybe there is a problem of knowledge, of awareness by the citizen of the advantages of these possibilities, these new possibilities. And well, an important role maybe could be assumed by local authority to achieve, is going to take some to achieve this goal. So I want to know which measures the Ministry of Environment is going to take to facilitate the achievement of this important goal. Thank you.
Yes, I agree with you. I agree with you. And of course, we are starting a path, we could say, because we are, I think, way ahead also comparing Italy with other countries. Even yesterday, we talked with some German owners of firms, and they were saying that comparing to German regulation, what we did in terms of energy communities is sort of way above the average European level, we could say. This is a first decree, the one we made. Of course, it is not fully public because it is being checked by the EU. And we both set a, good say, incentive on energy communities, and a contributo in conto capitale till 40% of the admissible expenses. And together with the we could say private energy communities might be made by ministries, because we have several rules on energy communities made by, for example, the Ministry of the Defense, that might create an energy community as well. And the link with local authorities is made by a specific article of the decree that provides for the possibility to create an energy community in commons, in comuni, having less than 5,000 people in the commune itself. So of course it's a first step, and we will promote it as well. So we are also open to any other suggestions you might have in involving, we could say, local authorities in the process.
Okay, thank you, Giordano. Do we have other questions? Yes.
So when I was looking at sustainable finance, there was a feeling that that this sort of general situation before the current increase in interest rates was favorable towards a more like calm markets without much speculation around, and in which lower return wasn't a problem, because anyway, you know, you didn't have this kind of really high interest that you have at the moment. So one thing that I wanted to ask you that you didn't cover, but I think it's interesting to know what you think about, is how these spiking interest rates are affecting the market when it comes to the objective of having a sustainable finance. Yeah.
Well, of course, I agree with your concern. And actually, we have been seeing that there are index, for example, inflation indexed bonds, which have been issued more recently, and they became, of course, more popular as well. This in terms both of, in particular, as far as sovereigns are concerned. At the same time, we have been observing that as far as these types of thematic bonds, recently they have been issued mainly by supranational and, let's say, non-corporate bonds. So, of course, this is a problem. And I totally agree with you that in times of high interest rates, not only the cost of capital becomes higher, as it is straightforward, but there is also the expectation from investors to receive a higher return. So that may, of course, become a criticality. Hopefully, it will not last long.
And just a quick follow up on the same general subject. I think you noted that 98% of these issuances are externally reviewed by Sustainalytics and by other such entities. And I'm curious, just what your, just sort of generally speaking, what is your level of confidence in the quality of those external reviews?
Oh, you already know the answer, I guess. So it is a provocative answer. Yeah, of course. I've not been working on this aspect specifically. We already became aware of a lot of conflict of interest that have been in other circumstances. So I don't have elements to answer in this way, but of course I can suspect that that might be the case. In particular, as usual, we can see that there is a limited number of external reviewers which have become more popular. And again, also this may be problematic. And at the same time, as also was said yesterday, if you look at the reports are vague, still a lot of vague. So I mean, in a sense, it is compulsory to have external opinion. So this is something that you need to have. And this is basically compulsory if you want, for example, to get the standard from Climate Bond Initiative, or in other cases, of course, Europe as well requires external verification. So at the end of the day, this is what happens. But we need more data to study carefully what happened and whether this is effective or not. But in the absence of data, I have some doubts, but I cannot say anything more precise on that. But thanks for raising this important topic. And I guess that you know the answer, or at least you have your own view, given that you correctly raised this important issue. Thanks a lot in any case.
But you have inbuilt counter incentives. I don't know if there's any empirical evidence on this, but the fact that you have some mechanisms where you get premiums that change depending on the attainment of certain objectives, then I would expect that if I'm an institutional investor, I have money in the line to check that.
I'm sorry, I've not understood.
So you have bonds which have premia or the end payment that are linked to the attainment of certain specific objectives, which means that in those cases, I would expect that if I'm an institutional investor, I will be policing the attainment, because for me, there's money on the line. Essentially, there's an extra premium. So is that, you know, creating better incentives to choose some serious external auditor for those bonds? Because, you know, it's not just that, you know, you got the money, you pay it back.
Well,
everybody happy?
No, that's right. You are talking, for example, sustainability linked bonds. The idea is that, for example, you issue this bond under the condition that if you are willing, of course, from the point of view of the issuer is in a sense motivated and incentivized in order to reach this objective, of course. And from the point of view of the investor, well, this is open both to investors who have a green awareness and also investors who are not. So this is open to all investors. Investors willing to receive a higher remuneration perhaps are going to buy these types of bonds, hoping that things go worse. In general, this did not happen in any case, in the case we had. So normally this is something which acts as a penalty from the point of view of the issuer and does not change much. But again, we can see what happens in times of higher interest rates. Until now, it didn't provoke any bias, any distortion in investor field.
So do we have any other questions? Okay, so thank you very much for our outstanding speakers and for their presentation. And before moving to the coffee break, let me take 1 more minute to thank Professor Bartolacelli for involving me in his Jean Monnet chair. It has been and it is a wonderful adventure. And thank you also to all the colleagues of the chair teaching staff. Working with you has been and it is amazing, and I really hope that this conference is not the end of a project but just the first step for new academic adventure. So thank you all very much. Okay, so
action. So the title of the session is The Case for a Sustainable Urban Environment. The idea is that the cities are living laboratories for sustainability, where we can observe the impact of sustainability in the daily life, and in particular, the mutual dependence between the system of governance, rights, and protection of environment. So the different sides that we appreciated listening these 2 years, the different speakers of our conference. Of course, these mutual dependence is highlighted in different charters of the of rights at the international level. Let me quote the European Charter for the Safeguarding of Human Rights in the City. And in the first article, it states the right to the city, and describing the right to the cities, the article highlights the political, social, and ecological fulfillment of the right, of the recognition of this right to citizens. So we adopted this, I think, this beautiful metaphor of the prism, and the session is dedicated to analyze how, from different perspectives, these different sides of sustainability interact, have a mutual dependence in the cities. Before starting, I want to thank Alessio and the team members of the colleagues of the chair. I completely agree with Chiara Feliciani that I do not see in the room, but I completely agree with her. It was a very beautiful experience, these 3 years of chairs. Because not only it is due to the work that we have done, but also it is due to the friendship that rised between us, and this is duplicated in the final Congress. Thank you very much to the speakers for the high scientific level of their speech, and also for the friendship that rised these days between us. It was a very amazing experience. So moving to the work of this last session, the first speaker is Marco Calabrò. Marco Calabrò is full professor of administrative law at the Department of Architecture and Industrial Design, Luigi Manvitelli University. His research activity is focused especially on environmental and planning law, and the title of the presentation is Participatory Urban Regeneration Model. So, Professor Calabrò, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. First of all, I want to thank Alessio and Chiara for inviting me in this really interesting meeting, and all the organizers. Well, my reflections originates from the consideration that when we deal with cities, we have to broaden the concept of sustainability by adding to the 3 classic dimensions: economic, social, and environmental, a 4th one, inclusiveness. And in 2000, the United Nations, with the Global Campaign for Good Urban Governance, introduced the notion of inclusive city as a place where everyone, regardless of wealth, gender, race, age, or religion, is enabled to participate productively and positively in the opportunities cities have to offer. Even UNESCO, with the Universal Declaration on Cultural Diversity of 2001, underlined that it is impossible to imagine sustainable development without including social and cultural diversity. Above all, the city is the place where this challenge takes shapes as the maximum collective expression of the human being, the material representation of the cultural identity of a community that is increasingly non-uniform. Finally, Mission 5 of the Italian Recovery and Resilience Plan, in line with the goal 11 of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, identifies as central objectives the strengthening of inclusive urbanization and the ability to plan and manage the territory in a participatory and integrated way. The Italian Constitutional Court has underlined on several occasions this strong relationship between the person and the surrounding environment as a measure of the projection of the individual's dignity. The territory, in fact, is not merely identified in the set of the physical goods that insist on an area, but rises to the collector of interests and needs of the community. And it is precisely in the complexity of the interests interacting on the territory that we can find the need that man does not limit itself to using it, but take an active role in the development of cities, as well as to recognize himself in his surroundings. Also on the basis of these considerations, in 1978, Lefebvre introduced the concept of right to the city, a polysemic notion with different declination, but Lefebvre combined the right to fruition with the right to the oeuvre, understood as the possibility of modifying the space to which one belongs as a member of a community, the possibility of influencing its function and evolution. In the time that I have, I intend to investigate this meaning of the right to the city as the right to participate and be involved in the decision-making processes concerning the development of the territory. A sociologist belonging to the Chicago School, Robert Park, stated that the city is the man's most consistent and on the whole his most successful attempt to remake the world he lives in more after his heart's desire. But if the city is the world which man created, it is the world in which he is henceforth condemned to live. Hence the importance for the man not to be a mere spectator. In this regard, Gerald Fragg, in his The City as a Legal Concept, 1980, identifies a dichotomy, the city as a creature of the state and the city as a creature of the community. In the first hypothesis, the city is the result of authoritative public choices descended from above, whereas in the second meaning, the city belongs to the community and at the same time to the individual, who has a claim to actively participate in public decisions connected to the development of the city. The phenomenon so-called sunset of the public city is now in decline. It consists of public policies that are insensitive to supporting action of identity recognition, with the consequent reduction and abandonment of common spaces. It is now replaced by widespread social inclination in the direction of the participatory city, a place felt by everyone as an external ramification of their own habitat and more generally of their own aspiration. There are many ways for local people to get involved in the urban decision-making process. An American public policy expert, Shelley Einstein, in 1979 designed a ladder of citizen participation, a model to understand the degree of citizen involvement in public procedure. In fact, participation in itself is not necessarily an advantage. Only the ways in which it is regulated measure its actual impact. According to Einstein, we can move from non-participation, where citizens are substantially manipulated, to the degree of tokenism, characterized by purely formal consultation, up to the degree of citizen power. That is, that participation which guarantees the effects of a real co-decision. The Italian state planning law contains generic provisions on participation in planning procedures, referable to the model that we have defined as degree of tokenism. The citizen can only participate in writing and at a time when the choices essentially have already been made. Differently, by the analysis of the regional legislation emerges a clear attempt to recognize the existence of a principle of effective participation in the urban planning procedure. I'm referring, for example, to the fact that the right to participate is often recognized not only to those who formally reside in the area, but to anyone who demonstrates a solid factual link with it. Or even I'm referring to the fact that in many regions, The representation of observation by interested parties is not only functional to the protection of individual interests, but is a tool for collaboration with the administration in order to identify the best solution for the whole community. But the most significant element is probably represented by the time of participation. Several regional planning laws provide for two participatory moments: the traditional one, before the formal adoption of the plan, and an earlier one, concerning the strategic choices of land management. In this way, the regional legislator involves citizens not only on how, but also on if a decision concerning the territorial government has to be taken. However, urban regeneration programs and plans are without any doubt the context in which citizen involvement finds its widest expression. The term urban regeneration, as you all know, refers to a coordinated set of recovery intervention meant to be carried out in strongly degraded areas from an urban, building, social, environmental, economic point of view. It is a broader notion than that of mere recovery, as a tool primarily aimed to react to the environmental emergency, as well as to reduce inequalities and reinforce social cohesion. From the environmental point of view, regeneration makes the recovery of green areas the center of the questions, overcoming the mere quantitative dimension of urban planning standards. Furthermore, the direct connection between the intervention aimed at recovering the existing buildings and the needs to contain the consumption of new soil is evident. From an economic and social sustainability perspective, urban regeneration also relates to the recovery of urban suburbs, intended not only as part of the territory located in decentralized areas, but as all those neighborhoods which, although located in the center of the urban context, are characterized by phenomena of economic, social, and cultural degradation. From this perspective, urban regeneration intervening on services, schools, transports, hospitals, and sponsoring the setup of commercial activities is aimed at mending, not only in physical terms, isolated areas to fight phenomena of marginalization. Finally, the social dimension of sustainability is the specific object of those urban regeneration actions aimed at solving situations of vulnerability, which finds its most important expression in immigrants' policies. The contemporary city, however intrinsically multi-ethnic, risks not to recognize from an urban point of view the presence of the foreigner, who is often not the object of differentiated attention by the planner. Then urban regeneration does not envisage the creation of enclave of cultural diversity through the planning of spaces dedicated only to the immigrant population, but allows the circulation of different ethnic groups' culture in a path that, starting from knowledge, passes through understanding and flows into integration. In this regard, it is really important the Intercultural City Program, launched in 2008 by the Council of Europe, which stimulates cities to implement urban policies capable of encouraging intercultural dialogue between ethnic groups and local population. For example, through the planning of areas where people are able to witness exhibitions on the history and culture of other countries. Therefore, urban regeneration projects are a tangible expression of the prism of sustainability, acting simultaneously on environmental, economic, and social aspects. Well, a cross element that characterizes this action is precisely the centrality of the participatory stage. In particular, there are two models of participatory urban regeneration. The first one, where participation aims at receiving requests from below and involving individuals in the implementation of public choices. The second one, where participation takes on a more proactive dimension, consisting in citizen initiative for the management of public assets. According to the first model, urban regeneration actions are carried out through decision-making processes widely shared, although formally managed by a public authority. The achievement of these actions is essentially due to the fact that goals and operating methods are identified together by public decision makers and citizens in a context of a continuous process of participation and identification of needs. Furthermore, professionals from the various sectors involved in the regeneration program are often employed in meetings and work tables, architects, cultural mediator, economists, jurists, because complex problems need articulated answers a constant dialogue between different expertise. A further significant aspect of these participation models is the one of creating a reticular dialogue between interests weighing on the territory. Citizen involvement is no longer a question of many segments of bilateral dialogue between individual stakeholder and public authority, but of a multi-voice dialogue through which each inhabitant also listens to the request of the others. In this way, it's possible to reach decisions that represent a real synthesis of the needs of territory, a synthesis certainly more complex, but perhaps destined to be even more effective. Particularly impactful example of such urban regeneration actions in Italy are the planned gate living, non-leak living in the city of Turin and the pact for coexistence in the station area of the city of Reggio Emilia. With regard to the participation of minorities, the Superkillen project in Copenhagen is particularly interesting. It consists in the design of an urban park capable of promoting integration in the most multicultural district of Denmark. First of all, local authority asked the inhabitants of the neighborhoods to indicate some characteristic elements of their country of origin. From the outcomes of this inquiry, street furniture elements typically present in public spaces of the different countries were inserted: Moroccan mosaic fountain, Brazilian benches, and others. And the whole community was able to know and understand the urban culture of each country, also because each of those elements had an information plaque in different languages explaining its origin and essence. Even European urban regeneration policies recognize a central role in the active involvement of the beneficiaries of the actions. An effective and not just symbolic participation not only reduces the risk of gentrification, but has the further advantage of avoiding future disputes, often deriving from absence of an adequate level of awareness on the reason underlying the urban planning choices. Moving on to the second participatory urban regeneration model, the proactive one, we can underline that urban regeneration has become a profitable experimentation field for studies related to urban commons and for shared administration practice, inspired by the principle of horizontal subsidiarity. As you all know, according to this principle, public administration at any level must support the autonomous citizens' initiative for the performance of activities of general interest. Many urban regeneration programs are not simulated by public policies, but originate from spontaneous actions by citizens aimed at reappropriating abandoned or degraded public areas. On closer inspection, this model is the expression of what we have previously defined the right to the city as the right to production and not just to fruition. So the level of citizen involvement is further raised, resulting in the actual management of the common good. In this way, we can even see a new role for public authority, which takes a step back, assuming the role of mere enabler of private initiative. Several examples of this phenomenon are at small scale. I'm referring to the so-called street furniture micro-projects regulated by Article 189 of the current Italian Public Contract Code. The part of the territory planned for public urban green areas can be entrusted in management of group of inhabitants to whom, as an incentive, the municipality can grant tax breaks. Initiatives such as adopt a flower bed or adopt a road arise in many cities. Almost symbolic experiences of a co-management, but even so very relevant insofar as they convey the idea that the city belongs to each and everyone and is therefore a responsibility of each and everyone. Moving on to the experiences on a larger scale, they consist in the management of abandoned urban park or real estate by neighborhood groups for the realization of social and cultural initiatives open to citizens. Two submodels can be listed. Literature defines the first one, model of tolerance, which consists in the legal occupation of abandoned public buildings with the aim of using it for purpose of general interest. In this hypothesis, the right to the city is stated in its most extreme manifestation, understood as the right to appropriation, the right of the citizen to physically access and use the urban spaces perceived as belonging to the community. Public authorities tend to maintain informal relations of mere tolerance with this group of citizens, but this phenomenon is characterized by an intrinsic instability, destined to be resolved either with an evacuation, putting an end to the social experiences, or by switching them to legal basis. One of the first experiences in Italy occurred in the city of Naples, where I come from, where an abandoned public building, the ex Asilo Filangieri, was first illegally occupied by a neighborhood association and then given on loan for free use to the occupants with a resolution of the municipality, which defined the asset as an urban common good for the use of citizens. Nowadays, in these buildings, social and cultural activities are autonomously planned and managed by several associations, which regularly organize roundtables with inhabitants, at the same time protagonists and beneficiaries of the activities. In other contexts, we have a different model defined as the original legal qualification. The municipality, with a formal provision, declares ex ante urban common goods, several abandoned buildings and areas. Then the same municipality, after listening the actual needs of the inhabitants, entrusts through open calls the common goods to citizens association for the realization of socio-cultural activities for the community. These are all examples from Naples, from my city. In some experiences, this model also entails the drafting of agreements between the administration and citizens association, called collaboration agreements. The bilateral and non-authoritative nature of these agreements allows the parties to redefine the goals to be achieved and the ways of execution in a participatory and not standardized way, relating them to with the concrete needs of the reference community. In conclusion, we can state that the sustainable city is also the city that managed to be a representation of its citizens, who do not just endure its development, but participate in it in an aware and active way. Territorial governance choices can have a strong impact on solving situations of discrimination and vulnerability. To this end, it is necessary to reinforce and promote processes of active citizenship based on a sense of shared social responsibility, also enhancing the richness of associative life. Traditionally, literature recognized two souls in the participation in administrative proceedings. The defensive soul, aimed at protecting individual legal positions, and the collaborative soul, aimed at helping with one's contribution to the best pursuit of public interest. In my opinion, on closer inspection, a third soul of participation arises in urban regeneration processes, the self-determination soul, aimed at allowing citizens to recognize himself in the territory in which he lives and to contribute to its development. British anthropologist David Hervey says, the right to the city is the right to change ourselves by changing the city. The freedom to rebuild our cities and consequently ourselves is perhaps the most precious of human rights. The legal instruments to achieve this goal are now quite clear. Some have already proven to be effective, and they all revolve around an idea of the city as an object of rights and duties, a ground for participatory activities, and a place of inclusion. What I think still needs to be worked on is the sensitivity of public politics to the issues of the right to the city and the awareness of citizens on the leading role they are called to play. Then I think that the use of participatory decision-making models and involvement in management of urban commons becomes precious tools to guarantee the exercise of those rights of active freedom and conscious participation which belongs to the new citizen theorized by Feliciano Benvenuti. After all, a leading citizen who can recognize himself in the urban reality in which he lives is a citizen who is by his nature not excluded and therefore less vulnerable. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much to Professor Calabro, who showed us how the idea of sustainability in planning law impact on the idea of citizenship, moving from an exclusive model of citizenship to an inclusive model and a proactive citizen. Now is the time of Alessandra Pera. Alessandra Pera is full professor of private comparative law at the Department of Political Science and International Relations of the University of Palermo. And Among her interest of research, there is the migration and welfare policies, and the title of the presentation of today is Case Studies on the Governance of Abandoned Properties in Sicily, One House for One Hero in Small Villages. So, Alessandra, the floor is yours.
Thank
Please.
you. Thank you, Laura. And first of all, as all the other speakers, let me thank Alessio Bartolacelli for inviting me and for these two wonderful and very inspiring days. And also, I want to thank all the colleagues of the University of Macerata team, which were very, very kind and to invite me and also to support me in these 2 days and to give me the chance to know new people and to have a very friendly approach and to them and to the research and also to the human aspect that you have mentioned, which is very important for me. Yesterday, Beate talked about the constitutive role of law in sustainability, and Alessio referred to sustainability as a paradigm, as a pattern, more than a discipline, in order to decline future development and new models to govern reality and complexity. And today, Marco, in a certain way, give me an assist because he has given me the theoretical framework in order to introduce the story of an initiative which has took place in Sicily in 2009. The initiative is a project which is called Casa un Euro, which has been conceived with the aim of preserving abandoned properties, in particular in a small village which is called Gangi, which is a small village near Palermo. And as this initiative has been imitated by other municipalities in Italy, has become a model for revitalizing communities that are in decline. And my intention here today is to explore briefly, of course, how the program works. And I will do this by pursuing 2 levels of investigation. One concerns the contractual schemes, the contractual frame which have been used in order to govern the relationship between the parties involved and their respective rights and obligations. And the other level is concerning policy choices. So trying to give some insight on the effectiveness of the project and if the proposed goals were achieved by the administration and the other relevant private parties. So in this, in the 13 years since the initiative was introduced, several questions has arisen. And for example, is the initiative an appropriate solution for the management of abandoned properties and both private and public? Is it an effective instrument for challenging the assumption that such properties are a burden to a certain extent? And can this property become a resource for collective or social and economic development? Is the program a model for regaining cultural identity by revitalizing these abandoned centers and these small communities and promoting inclusion, participation, and to a certain extent, environmental sustainability? For what concerns level 1, so contractual framework, I have analyzed many frames and documents which were provided online by municipal administrations. And to provide on level 2, I have analyzed when available some data and results of the property transaction, which had involved private parties, so the original owner and the final beneficiary who acquired the real estate. While this transaction occurred with the intermediation of the municipality, they were undertaken directly by the private owner. So I have interviewed civil servants in the municipality's administration and also the final beneficiaries of this transaction about where their expectations have been met. I did this research work on the field for 2 years between 2019 and 2021 during the pandemic. And maybe it was my way to go abroad in that period. Just to go directly on my point, and in particular on Ganji case study, the idea was to ensure urban regeneration by seeking to repopulate at the beginning the village, which were in a certain way across the years deserted, as young people were leaving and elderly are of course slowly dying out. Sorry for the image. And another point was to improve tourist activity, which can help to regenerate the local economy of the areas, or to I would say to use multiple properties in the same village to create multi-building hotel or project or of social housing, which was exactly proposing Ganji and Cammarata, which is another case study that I'm not proposing to you today. And in another case that I will focus a little bit, the project aimed at creating an open-air museum, which was done in Favara, as a process of regeneration of the village. The first case, as I told you, is Ganji, and Ganji is an ancient village in the province of Palermo in the Madonie Mountains, and the village is located on the ruins of an Hellenic settlement that is called Mount Barone, and it was rebuilt in 1300. So the village has won also many prizes like Borgo dei Borghi, and so is inside a circuit of very particular and I would say elitarian tourism in a certain way. So Ganji has around 7,000 inhabitants, and as I told you, started the program in 2009, and the program has been re-edited with different calls, public calls in 2013 and 2019 and 2021. And the municipality has provided and continue to provide a list of houses that are eligible to be transferred by the owner to a beneficiary at no cost. And these properties in a actually are not being sold, but are being transferred through a process which is known as cessione a titolo gratuito, that we have not the time to investigate, of course. The municipality made the immovable good available on the website and indicated a certain number of these buildings or houses on a form, together with relevant documents, map, and so on. And this list can be consulted at the request of the parties, of course, and is continuously updated by the municipality as the houses are made available or removed, because of course they've been transferred. So the website also provides the frame model for the acquisition of the request, in which the potential buyer must indicate the number of properties she has chosen, and the parties involved are mainly, as I told you, 3. So the owner of the properties, who are willing to transfer their properties for free and who are obliged to continue to make their properties available to the transfer for 2 years. and the proposal received by the municipality will be included in this special register. So the municipality is the second part, which is not exactly a part in a juridical sense of the contract, but is committed to promoting the program through the institutional activities, the website and the media, internet, and so on. And also it prepares all the documentation and provides information and clarification, and also manage the assignments and the waiting list, and is involved in the contract through which the properties are transferred only in a pre-contractual phase and not in the deed in front of the notary. The beneficiaries, who are individuals, companies, and other institutions, association, or NGO, can use this build these assets for private reasons or for commercial reasons, and in any case they are obliged to, first of all, finalize the purchase within 2 months of the assignment, and to handle the expenses of the for the transfer of the ownership. They have to secure the building immediately after the acquisition, because they are quite often ruined buildings. And if it's not done, the municipality will carry out the work while charging the expenses to the new owner. They have also to prepare the renovation project within 1 year from the date of purchase, and they start the refurbishing work within 2 months of the issuing of the necessary authorization by the municipality. And they also has to ensure that all of these obligations are met. And for these, they are obliged to stipulate a sort of surety policy, which we call polizza fideiussoria, that is issued by a bank or an insurance company in the interest of the municipality. This is why I'm saying that there is an interest by the public authority for the amount of 5,000 euro, and it was valid for 3 years. Now it's valid for 5 because of some suggestion that we arranged to the municipality. So is intended to guarantee that the beneficiaries, transferees fulfill their obligation, and in case of non-fulfillment, the municipality might hold onto the sum. So I have, after this study, published a paper which is in October 2021, and there I have analyzed many critical issues that unfortunately I have no time here to tell you, and suggest some technical solution that have been also accepted by the municipality in order to change a little bit this contractual scheme and so on. But the point that I was to stress is that because the property is transferred for free, the transferee has no relevant obligation to the transferor except to pay the notary expenses, and where the municipality instead has significant obligation, as it seeks to protect the interest of the public by preserving the properties, ensuring the revitalization of the urban texture, and also promoting in a certain way urban safety and decorum. So the private property rights are not, if the property rights are not exercised properly, I mean fully and plainly, the municipality have the role to ensure the social function of the property and to go on to the surety policy. Having regard to the expectations, so the second level, from the interview that I have conducted, I recorded that the initiative has had a large effect, as it has been driving force that has led to an increase in the sale of houses in the village, and also the local agent has played an active role on the project. the municipality during the period has have had 45 proposals, and out of these 45 proposals, 18 properties have been offered through the program, which for a small, maybe we feel this number very insignificant, but for a small village, they are relevant. So the number to this number, we also should add other numbers that comes from the real estate market, because the agents, the local agent told us that during these 10 years, other 30 houses have been sold in the village directly by private owners through the agent himself, because of the interest that the program have spread, and so people were going there attracted by the project, but then they decided to buy other houses maybe at an higher price, but with no cost of refurbishing. So it was a valid occasion in any case. And in this sense, what instead has come from the feedback by the public administration is that even in cases of the breach of contract by the transferees, the public administration decided never to go onto the surety policy. So they prefer to take, in this sense, a low profile in order to involve people to invest in the project. So in a certain way, in this sense, there's been a sort of dissociation between the model as presented in the rules and in the contractual frames and the operational solution which has been adopted. But what I have realized is that maybe the goal of the municipality have been and continue to be in a certain way to save uninhabited and abandoned properties in the historical center and to combat the population, but actually the initiative has not achieved the goal of establishment a new residential community, bringing new permanent residents. So maybe more it has contributed to the socio-economic growth of the village and also to the economic tester, I would say. So again, going to what Marco told us, it has been a social and economic occasion, and in particular, beneficiaries were the local construction companies who have carried out the refurbishing work, architects and technicians who have contributed to the completion of the documentation that was needed for the authorization to rebuild and refurbish the houses, notaries, of course, and also the urban texture, in the sense that part of the buildings, stairs, common areas of the villages which were adjacent to the newly acquired houses have been, of course, refurbished by the new owners, as they have an interest in ensuring that these areas are secure and attractive. So then another important point is that more recently, so last year, okay, few months ago, actually, the municipality has deliberated to stipulate a protocol with the startup headquarter village from Tuscany, with the intention to transform Ganji in a widespread sustainable company headquarter adapted to the needs of smart worker who can work for 3 or 6 months out of their company. And so this startup will provide for a showcase online presenting the municipality of Ganji together with other as an ideal place for smart working. And the municipality is also other municipality that has used this project as Ganji is also thinking about a project for seasonal work, for seasonal migrants worker who are working in particular on agri-food sector and transformation of milk and cheese products in order to use the initiative to provide for a sort of seasonal forestry for migrants instead of occasional accommodation, which quite often are very terrible in terms of human rights respect and also in terms of living conditions. So the idea is to reduce in this sense their situational and inherent vulnerability in habitation and accommodation concerns, I would say. The case two, which I have very few minutes to explore, is Favara. Sorry, okay. Favara is a very different case because the center of Favara is of no any particular historical value or architectural value. So after the collapse of an entire neighborhood, the Notary Public of Favara, Andrea Bartoli, decided to refurbish this neighborhood and to transform Favara into a center for alternative architecture, intellectual, and artists. So he created a sort of a transformation of the historic center of the village with this Favara Farm Cultural Park, exploiting the opportunities that arose from the deterioration and exceptionally low real estate values. So he performed different interventions by mobilizing architects and artists who work alongside individuals committed to recovery of the community. And in 2010, the project starts, and the 7 courtyards, which are this one, okay, were in this sense transformed. And the project has stimulated many investments to 20 millions and led a creation of around 100 jobs. And before COVID-19, the park was attracting 120,000 visitors per year. Last year, 150,000. It's a scattered museum of contemporary art, so what we call the Museo a Cielo Aperto. And in any case, having regard to the sustainability of this project, what I want to stress is that, in particular, having regard to the model that Marco wonderfully explained to us, from the interview with this notary, I realized, and is always stressing underlining that this model, even is very fascinating, is not exactly what we can say sustainable. What I mean is that the park was started as a philanthropic initiative, and in this moment it needs public financial support because tickets are obviously not enough in order to survive. And so this model is unlikely to become sustainable because the area needs investments in mobility, infrastructures, and in the cultural sector. So the Favara case is paradigmatic. While a work initiative can be launched through philanthropic commitment from the third sector, from the NGO active role in society, such projects are not and cannot be a substantive investment from the public. What I mean is that actually, and I'm going to conclude, probably there will be the need for different way and different paradigm to think about this initiative. And maybe the mission 4 of the PNRR can be a chance, in the sense that the territorial cohesion and the way to approach these extraordinary resources can give some solution in this sense. So we will see, and I hope to go there in maybe before summer, in order to understand how they are trying to use this occasion in order to, in a certain way, to improve the model of collaboration between public and private. So thank you.
Thank you to Alessandra Pera. So we go very quickly to the next speaker. Of course, a lot of suggestions from the speech of Alessandra, in particular, the idea that sustainability can disrupt some private categories, property may oblige. But we move on because we need to be in the time. To Serena Mariani. Serena Mariani is assistant professor in agricultural law at the Department of Law.
Postdoctoral researcher.
Yes. Our main research interest is urban agriculture and plant variety protection. And Serena will speak about the role of plant variety protection in fostering sustainable innovation in urban agriculture. So, Serena, the floor is yours.
Good morning, and thank you, Professor Vagni, for the introduction. And I would also like to thank Professor Bartolacelli, of course, for organizing this conference, all the scientific committee, and the previous speakers, as well as the audience for being here today and still being here today. I promise I will be as brief as possible. Today, I'm going to talk very briefly about the role of plant variety protection in fostering sustainable innovation in urban agriculture and for urban agriculture. I would like to start by saying that, as you may know, the agriculture of the third millennium is facing several challenges. First of all, overpopulation, the scarcity of natural resources, and genetic vulnerability, climate change, and also urbanization, the rising urbanization. In particular, urbanization has a noteworthy impact on the food system for many reasons. A few of them that we can mention is because urbanization necessarily elongates food supply chains because of the physical distance between producers and consumers. And also, urbanization has an impact on the food systems in terms of access to food, because it has been shown that there is a limit access that can be a limit access to fresh and nutritious food from vulnerable groups living in big cities. Also, there is an issue of food security because longer food chains are more vulnerable. So the spread of pathogens can be facilitated. And however, urbanization can be transformed from a challenge into an opportunity thanks to urban agriculture. In particular, urbanization is an opportunity for agriculture to rethink its dominant model, which is a rural intensive production model. And the purpose is to adopt a new sustainable agricultural system, such as urban agriculture. This is the focus of my presentation. Urban agriculture, in particular, can have various positive impacts, in particular in the concept, in the framework of sustainable development. First of all, it can shorten the food supply chains. It can increase the resilience of cities to shocks and crises, as demonstrated by the COVID-19 pandemic. It can improve the greening of cities. It can promote the conservation of urban biodiversity. It can increase food security and access to fresh food, especially for vulnerable groups. And it also can have social goals. It can promote inclusivity and also active aging and the well-being of citizens. Sorry. However, even if urban agriculture is not a new concept, I mean, it dates back millennia. We can find urban agriculture even in ancient Rome. We don't have a unique legal definition nowadays, mostly because it is a concept related to the peculiarities of each environment. So we can say it is context dependent. And there have been numerous attempts to define urban agriculture. I have mentioned few of them here, in particular by legal scholars and international organizations. We don't have time to address this definition, but I just want to underline that the common denominator, the bottom line of these definitions, even if they have different nuances, is in the spatial dimension where the agricultural activities are taking place. So these activities, agricultural activities, are performed in an urban and or peri-urban environment. And there are two types of urban agriculture, mainly urban gardening, which pursues more, we can say, social goals, and urban farming, which is a business model. Very quickly, I want to underline that urban agriculture, however, has several limitations. One of them is the low availability of plant varieties specifically designed for urban agriculture, because the needs and the demands of urban farmers and urban gardeners are necessarily different from the ones of the rural farmers, because we are performing in a different environment. So for example, a urban farmer may need miniaturized plant varieties, so plants that have a smaller dimension. Also plant varieties that may need less water, so they have a low dependence on irrigation because of water scarcity in the cities. And also urban farmer may need plant varieties that perform well even in degraded soils, and also in areas where there is not direct sunlight. And also we need, of course, pest-resistant urban plant varieties and so on. So we are talking about different needs, different demands, so different characteristics of the plant varieties. And what is the solution to this limitation, to this problem? The solution is called, one of the solutions is called plant breeding, which is the scientific process, the scientific activity aimed to developing, to creating new plant varieties having a specific set of characteristics. In this case, plant varieties dedicated, designed for urban agriculture, so having a certain set of characteristics. However, there is a problem. So it's like solution and problem, solution and a problem. What is the problem? Is that plant breeding is a very time-consuming activity. It can take up to 15 years to develop a plant variety. And sometimes the outcome is not even, can be not even positive. It cannot be what the breeder, so the person that operates, that created the new variety, expected. Also, it requires a lot of resources, human resources, so scientific manpower, and natural resources, genetic material, land, and also technical resources, equipment, and also, I mean, in general, it needs economic resources because it's very costly. And so the question is that, are there legal tools? I mean, I'm analyzing this problem from a legal point of view. Are there legal tools that can promote plant breeding, that can support the breeding of new plant varieties? The answer is yes. And the legal tool that has been designed specifically to promote new plant varieties is plant variety protection. What is plant variety protection? It's an intellectual property system specifically designed to protect new plant varieties. It is considered to be a sui generis IP system because it does not correspond to the existing IP system like patents or trademarks or copyright. It's also considered technology specific because it applies only to new plant varieties. And at the international level, a first framework has been established in 1961 by the UPOV Convention, which has been lastly revised in 1991. And the European level, the reference is the Regulation 2100 of 1994, which establishes the Common Plant Variety Protection System. As I said, the purpose of this legislation is to promote plant breeding, given the difficulties and the challenges that plant breeding has. So very briefly, the conditions of protection for a plant variety in order to be protected with these IP rights is to be distinct, uniform, stable, new, and having a suitable variety denomination. And in a nutshell, we can say that this system recognized to the breeder upon application an exclusive right on the plant variety. This means that only the breeder can perform certain acts. If a third party wants to perform said acts, that party will need the authorization, the prior authorization of the breeder, who, of course, can condition it to the payment of a certain remuneration, the so-called royalty. The purpose is to facilitate a return on the investments made. So the breeder having a return on the investments can use that return, we can say that remuneration, to finance new breeding programs. So in a, we can say, virtuous circle of innovation. So what can be the role of plant breeding in promoting the so-called urbanized, what can be the role of plant variety protection in promoting the urbanized plant breeding? Of course, ideally, this system can be used to promote plant breeding for the development of urban plant varieties, because it safeguards both the interests of breeders and the interests of farmers. However, there is a problem. After my investigation, I have realized that this system is tailored for a different agricultural model, which is the rural and, we can say, intensive agricultural model. So even if urban agriculture is not explicitly excluded from this framework, in practice, this system, the plant variety protection system, takes into account the interest of rural and intensive agriculture. So this is the benchmark, even if it's not said explicitly. There are many examples that I could do, but I don't have time. I've published a book on this topic. One example is the farmer's privilege, that is the right recognized to the farmer, which can use and multiplicate certain plant varieties without asking for the prior authorization, but still he or she has to pay the equitable remuneration to the breeder. And this privilege is limited to field crops. One may wonder, okay, this is not limited to rural agriculture per se, but in practice, these crops, field crops, are cereals, potatoes, all oil species. They are not cultivated in urban environments because they need an extensive area to be cultivated efficiently. In urban agriculture, we have, we can say, urban farmers prefer horticultural varieties and spices, herbs, flowers also. So it shows, I mean, in a very easy way, that this system has not taken into consideration the interests and demands of urban farmers, and we can call it urban breeders. So in conclusion, very briefly, sustainable innovation is needed to promote urban agriculture, for an efficient urban agriculture capable to tackle the sustainability challenges. However, this sector, this field has been overlooked, kind of neglected by plant breeding. So we need, in a certain sense, to encourage plant breeders to shift their targets and their objectives into creating more urban friendly, in a certain way, plant varieties. How to do so? Of course, there are many tools. I'm looking at this problem from a legal point of view. And first of all, we need to provide a certain favorable regulatory framework. And in this framework, plant variety protection can play a role by encouraging plant breeders to create plant varieties for urban agriculture. But in order to do so, the system should consider the needs and demands of both urban breeders and urban farmers. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much to Serena. That summarized in very few minutes, I think, many years of research. So
Yes.
thank you very much. And now is the time of Simona Tiribelli, that I think it's online. And
hi, good morning.
welcome to Simona Tiribelli. Simona Tiribelli is assistant professor in ethics at the Department of Political Science, Communication and International Relations here in the University of Macerata. Her interest of research involves, in particular, digital ethics and ethics of artificial intelligence. And today, our presentation is focused on the ethics of sustainable urban artificial intelligence. So please, Simona, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Professor Bagni. I'm just like sharing the screen, just a few seconds.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, can you hear me very well, or?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Just one sec. Okay, so first of all, I would like to thank you as well, Professor Bertelcelli, for this invite. I'm really, really very happy to be with you, even if unfortunately, I mean, I'm like right now like visiting scholar at the NYU School for Global Public Health. So I'm here for, for teaching exactly on a few of the topics that on which I'll discuss today with you. But I'm very happy to be with you remotely. So thank you again for the organization of this wonderful invite. Thanks for, also to the scientific committee and to the audience, especially for listening a person that is talking remotely. That is not easy. The sound is okay, right? Because here is a bit noisy as an environment outside of my place.
That's okay. Okay, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm sorry, but unfortunately, I'm like the core of Manhattan, and outside is like a chaos continuously. So today, my talk, as you rightly anticipated, is about the ethics of sustainability for urban AI, and more specifically, is I'd like to argue about the need of sustainability as an ethical principle for urban AI. This might sound a bit surprisingly because when we think about ethics, and especially in the field in the tech field, in industry, ethics and sustainability very often are thought together as two sides of the same coin or as the same thing. And sustainability on the other side is like a core issue, also a mainstream one when we think about or people discuss and we read literature about, for example, smart city. At the same time, I'm an ethicist and I'm working specifically on the field of ethics of artificial intelligence. And surprisingly, when it comes to assess the design of this technology, so AI-based technology, especially applied to urban environment, we don't find so much research. Especially, we don't find so much research on sustainability as an ethical lens to design, so for the ethical design and governance of such systems in urban environment. So I think that this lack of literature, this gap, is also one of the reasons why when we think about sustainability, especially in this field of urban AI, we don't have some technical measures to assess it, and we don't have like also policy tools to regulate it. So understanding why this principle is justified in a specific field, I think is the root and the starting point where to start when we think about sustainable urban AI, especially from an ethical perspective. When we think about urban AI, because this is something that sometimes is not, highly intuitive, we refer specifically to the pervasive use and increasing application of AI-based systems, and specifically of machine learning and deep learning algorithms into and for the design and management of urban environments. So we mean by that urban spaces, urban services, urban infrastructures. For this reason, often people talk about urban AI as, smart city, or think about urban AI as a kind of update smart city. So the fact that today, when we think about smart city, we can't avoid to integrate AI system. But as I'll try to clarify a bit later, I think that it's better to keep these two meanings, these two terms, separated, especially because very often, like in the term smart city, we can find some, a connotation that is counter-active or is unproductive, especially not very fruitful when we think about the design, the ethical design of urban AI. As I said before, like the goal of my very short speech and talk is to try to show the need of sustainability as an ethical principle, especially to rethink the current design and governance of urban AI. And why this is important, I'll try to sketch this argument briefly by touching three main points. So first of all, talking about this, the rise of urban AI governance, and secondly, to highlight the criteria that underpin the current, urban AI design, and finally to show this need and what does it mean with this, this need of paradigm shift towards human and environmental sustainability, also connecting with few of the categories that have been highlighted before. So when we refer, just to specify this, because I think that is quite central to urban AI, as I said before, we refer to the pervasive use of machine learning and deep learning algorithms. And this is a technical, we can say, specification that I think that is very critical when then we think about the design of the world system. They are mainly probabilistic algorithms, so predictive algorithms, so not deterministic algorithms. This means that they do not follow usually causal rules, but they learn how to achieve certain preset goals or how to achieve certain preset tasks that can be determined by, for example, institutional agents in case of urban AI, but mainly by private companies that design these systems. And they do this by scaling huge amount of, in this case, urban big data. So especially all the data that come from, like that are derived from sensors that are in the urban environment, that are embedded in the urban environment, but also those that we produce as kind of online and offline traces when we move in the city and so on and so forth. And they do this especially through a series of methods and techniques that are known as knowledge discovery techniques. Indeed, these techniques serve in order to, serve to try to detect valuable and precious patterns and correlation from scaling huge amounts of data in order to learn how to achieve in the most efficient way certain goals. So they are not preset to achieve a certain goal with a certain rules, but they have just the goal to achieve and the task that they try to achieve in the most efficient way. This capacity, so the fact that they can, scale huge amounts of data, and so in a kind of predictive way, find some patterns that can be very useful to predict how things will be in the future, what we'll do in the future. So they, on the basis of this feature, people like in the field, especially in the ethical field, started to denote this kind of systems as artificial agents, especially because they provide a kind of smart self-learning, semi or completely autonomous source of agency on tap. And given this huge capacity, people, and especially in urban environments, started to delegate more and more tasks, decisions, services, and choices that previously were just humans to these systems. So we have this kind of huge phenomenon of delegation to these systems in many fields within the urban domain. We can think about communication, information management, advertising, of course, employment, education, up to credit lending, policy, justice, and of course, access to healthcare. This delegation of this meta-decisional power and authority is known as AI governance, and specifically algorithmic governance, that as contextualized in the context of city, of the urban environment, can be renamed as urban AI governance. So we see that our transport, so we see algorithms used for transport, mobility, and traffic planning and management, especially via deep learning-based Internet of Things, for security management through smart camera, facial recognition. We can think about the use of, especially here in the US, of algorithms or software-based on algorithms for, like to determine where to send policy patrol. So for policy patrol management, we use algorithms, especially here, as I said before, to determine priority and access to public infrastructure and services in hospital, for example, for urban planning, investment planning, by urban big data, and so predictive machine learning, as well as for access to housing or housing planning. So we have this scenario that is very interesting, where the design of these systems, both as single units, but especially as interconnected systems. So we have like urban AI as a whole that refers to this interconnectedness of these systems, for the urban space, that becomes really crucial for the well-being of people and societies. We can imagine that there are like so many opportunities, especially in cost and resources optimization. We have, spaces and cities that can be potentially more efficient and personalized, because these systems allow this kind of effects, such as, for example, personalized, tailored, need-oriented services that respond to the needs of a diversified and continuously changing population, especially through real-time data. So potentially, this system can become like forces for better cities in terms of inclusion and justice. At the same time, we have also another kind of set of issues that are, we can see as risks that are quite known in the field. So just I mentioned them quickly. One of these can be known as urban data surveillance. So something that goes beyond the simple surveillance, but aim to the use of algorithms, not just to monitor people, but to govern their behavior. So it's a kind of macro behavioral manipulation towards the third-party economic goals, mainly reflecting the goals of companies. And this is due to this kind of power shift and due to delegation. So who is in charge of the good design of a city? In these cases, we will see like this kind of shift from urban planners and institutional agents to AI-based companies and third-party agents that govern the functioning of these systems that we know that are mainly very often opaque or that are covered by a trade secret. So will be this kind of shift in design role of the city and also in responsibility for the well-being of people and city functioning and management. We can also see, and also these phenomena are quite well known, of urban data injustice and discrimination, because urbanism shift from being just informed by data to be driven by data. And we know that data very often are very vulnerable to bias and flaws. And we can think about the issue of, this is very known in the field as minority bias. So the fact that who is not represented by data is excluded from the benefits and opportunities of such systems. And the fact that these systems tend to, in order to improve, efficiency, as I said before, like to create this kind of phenomena of urban bubbles where people that are like-minded tend to be put in similar places. But these kind of phenomena are quite known in the literature, especially because the cases have been quite unveiled, like recently, quite controversial. But just to briefly mention, especially because I don't have the time, that I don't know how much time I have, so maybe I can ask to Professor Bagni in a while if she can inform me about the time.
2 minutes are enough to conclude?
Okay, maybe three. Okay, 3 minutes. Yes, I should be able to. So just to mention that since this is the design of this system, this replicate and expressed also in the design of the city, and we can see that the criteria that underpin this kind of design of urban AI is very efficiency oriented, is very goal oriented. And here sustainability is very often like discussed, but sustainability is more intended in terms of efficiency. So using tech for saving resources, optimizing time resources, especially to achieve certain goals. And indeed, we see this topic of sustainability as discussed in smart city debates, but especially as more efficient city. And this is also emerging from the definition of smart cities that revolve around mainly on operational efficiency from a tech perspective, where the smart citizen is the most skilled. And so there are these, phenomena of exclusion and discrimination from a distributive perspective and a social relational perspective. But quickly, this also I also mention a few studies that are quite renowned in the field that I mentioned before. But briefly, this design that is centered on efficiency tend to be exclusive, not just of people, certain categories of people, but over time of the human in general, because the space that becomes enveloped by more and more technology, so a space that is shaped by in a way that technology usually interact with other technologies, we are the less efficient. So there is this kind of efficiency criterion that is a very exclusive and exploitative that should be revised. And to conclude, So very, very briefly, the research literature in this field, so ethics by design for urban AI is really, it doesn't exist right now. It is, we are working on with a group at the Cambridge University on writing these guidelines for the ethical and policy governance of urban AI. But the core idea is to support this shift beyond smarter and more efficient to more sustainable, that are more fairer and more just societies, more just societies and cities. And yeah, overcoming this paucity of research and literature, both on the fronts of ethical design of smart city as the beginning, but especially as this gap on an absence of an ethical approach for the design of urban AI. To do that, we are using like sustainability as an ethical principle that is just mentioned in many ethical frameworks or as a requirement. For example, we can think about the guidelines that have been developed by the high-level group on artificial intelligence set up by European Commission. Sustainability is mentioned as a requirement. WHO mentioned it as a principle, but they do not unpack it. And we are working on operationalizing this principle by design, so especially with some of the tools that have been mentioned before, so participatory design, but also especially by promoting this two dimension of sustainability, so human and environmental sustainability. So assessing how the system can impact social justice, and especially on the other side, how the system can impact environment, so ecological integrity. And we are doing this, the current study that we have just published on the American Journal of Public Health. We are doing this by specifically assessing and elaborating the main ethical framework that has been developed on not just on ethics of artificial intelligence, but public ethics or public health ethics, and general framework on applied ethics, where we can specifically mention these three criteria as fundamental. So the precautionary criterion for future generation, so like try to, this privileging this shift also in terms of goals, the proportionality, especially in case on the fronts of AI sustainability. So understanding, the training and tuning of an AI model, if it's proportional to the carbon footprint that it produces, because as you probably know, these systems elaborating this huge amount of data produce so much carbon footprint, and responsiveness as a criterion. So the fact that AI should really try to not just compensate, but try to not just also compensate inequalities, but try to fix them by responding in a continuously changing way to population and environment needs. So this is like the shift that we are trying to operationalize with through these guidelines. So to using sustainability in a way that, prevent the use of AI to make this environment unsustainable for all the people that live in, and to ensure that AI is not developed in a way that renders our core values unsustainable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now I think that our time for debate is very limited, but I do not want to renounce to the debate, but please 5 minutes of question, and then we can go on and speak together and have a debate at lunch. So if there are some questions, please do it. I'm sorry, my speech frightened the audience. Okay.
How it can improve the incentives, because clearly, I think that there is also an issue of business case, right? Because the arable land, even in the largest towns in Europe, may not be equivalent to even, some mid-size midfield operations. So I think that there is an issue of protection, but how can we fix the incentive gap? Because essentially, the investments that you have to sink for 15 years to be able to breed varieties that you can then generate revenues on in a very small arable land are kind of, the business rationale may not be quite there, right?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. It's very interesting, actually. there is not actually a single solution. We can say that one of them can be to establish an easier system for businesses to have an easier way to obtain their royalties, even on plant varieties that can be used for urban agriculture, because this is what matters, plant breeders at the end of the day. So to have the financial resources to carry on plant variety, the breeding of plant varieties. And even if it's true that the arable land, I mean, we're talking about a different dimension of the urban land that can be used for urban agriculture and the arable land in rural areas. But still, there are vertical farms. There are, I mean, other possibilities for breeders to obtain a certain return on their investment. But I believe one of the first tool may be to facilitate their, we can say, the return on the royalties that are due by the farmers. Thank you.
Other question? Okay, so online, are there online questions? No. Alessio. Okay, so I ask Alessio Bertolacelli to come at the desk to conclude these 2 days, 2 wonderful days of conference. Thank you very much to all the speakers of this session.
Well, don't be afraid. I just sat down, but I won't afflict you with a presentation. Don't be worried. Well, I've never been so extensively thanked in my life as in this over the last 2 days. And when I was young, I was a shy boy. Now just I am not a boy any longer. I am still a bit shy, but I must admit that it is a bit pleasant. So anyway, thank you very much to everyone. Well, I think that the ambition of the title of this conference has been met. Sustainability is in reality a prism. Sustainability enters into a prism as a single word and exits in a beam of colors, and depending on the different discipline that we are thinking about, we discussed many fascinating issues. We saw very clearly the interconnections between public and private law, and again public and again private law, and a real academic dialogue between private and public law sectors. We had momentous tips coming from economics, coming from sociology, coming from ethics, with Simona, whom I thank very much in particular because she's talking from the middle of the night in the States. The overall picture is colorful. Perhaps it is not perfectly consistent, but shows that we are walking, if not along the same path, at least towards the same goal, towards the same target. We had discussions, we had different points of view, we had different ways to understand the very concept of sustainability itself, but this is exactly what, at least in my opinion, university is called to be. It is an institution promoting the advance of discussion, first of all, to put that into practice eventually. And the session that we have just entered as sustainability in action should show that very well. And this is just an example. And the next task is just to apply this kind of an example that we had with the urban environment to other fields, to other sectors, to other cases, and each of the people actively interested in sustainability as the possibility, and I dare to say even the responsibility of working this path in their fields of operation. We as academics, as policymakers, as public servants, civil society, industry, students, and so on. Thanks a lot to all the speakers for their truly inspiring presentations. Thank you very much. Please, an applause to all of them. To go more in depth with these issues that we have tackled over the last couple of days, there are many international publications available. Just to make a bit of advertisement, I would like just to cite an example, Christopher Bruner's The Corporation as Technology, Oxford University Press 2022, Sheffield, Villiers and Sagas edited book, Sustainable Value Creation in the EU, Cambridge University Press 2022, that we presented in another event of this Jumbo Nature a couple of weeks ago in Athens, Greece, not Georgia, and Janet Dines and Percival's Post-Colonization, Globalization, Routledge 2023. And this last mention allows me to move towards the end of this wrap-up, the 10 things. As I mentioned yesterday, the chair is not just me, but a wonderful group of colleagues and of friends that accepted to serve as key teaching staff members. Internationally, one of them is properly Janet Dine, who could not travel to Italy these days due to personal reasons, and whom I take the opportunity to greet and to thank as she's attending online. And she sends our greetings to everyone. She called this morning. Again, Chris Brunner, thank you very much, because you were so kind to accept to be included in the staff. Thank you very much, Christopher. And the main part of the over 40 events and activities that we organized that have been carried out by the University of Macerata, key teaching staff members. So my deepest gratitude and my friendship to you, my dear friends, Professors Chiara Bergonzini and Ninfa Contigiani and Chiara Feliziani, who helped a lot with the sessions devoted to administrative law this morning, and Benedetta Giovanola, who now holds her own German chair, Pamela Lattanzi, Laura Vagni. Thank you so much for all what you have done and for your support, for your efforts, for your commitment, also in the organization of these 2 days that were, for me, absolutely as personally fantastic as inspiring. And I hope that it was the same for all of you. We are completing the activities that we are going to have in this chair, academic, with schools and school teachers. Thank you, Chiara Bergonzini, in particular for that, and with the civil society. And we would be glad if the greatly committed audience of these days, by the way, thank you very much to my dearest students for the CLAC session. If you would keep on attending these events too. Thanks a lot to all those who attended in person and attended online this far. And many thanks finally to all those people that have here at the conference venue and behind the scenes. My personal gratitude goes to Carla Cherubini, Corrado Chiarini, Paola Mengoni, Matilde Lucernoni from the Department of Law. And here, Aldo Caldarelli, Paola Dezzi, Francesco Zepponi, Nicola Meraviglia, Roberto Riccitelli, and the young students and resource assistants that helped. So Daria, Riccardo, Luca, Giulia, and the applause goes to them too, please. Thank you very much for your great work to have things going as smoothly as possible. And I think that you actually succeeded. And so be proud of you. And this being said, I think that we can call it a couple of fruitful days, which are now over. Now you can go and plant your own pencil. So thank you once again to every one of you. And let's all make that this is not the end. Thank you.